All right, folks, we are live. They are throwing some practice right now. That camera is off center and it's going to kill me, so I'm going to go turn it. All right. I don't know where he's going to turn it. I don't know how he's going to turn it.
I'm not going back to it.
What's wrong with it? What am I missing?
Fine.
What am I missing?
Fine.
What am I missing?
All right. I'll put these names in here. So we should, I believe it's Ty versus John and Sean versus Jay.
Oh, that's interesting. Why would you set the scoring that way? Wouldn't you want them to be opposite? I think you said it's Ty versus Sean.
No, it's Ty versus John.
Ty versus John and Sean versus Jeff.
Yeah.
Do you know how much John and Sean sound alike?
Well, when us Western Marylanders pronounce it, they're almost the same word.
Hey, Guy High. So in order to make up my money from Glen Burnie closing, do you think I ought to start selling it on the streets?
I'm not answering that question.
That's because you don't want to be a customer. I'm asking about the average person.
I mean, I wouldn't think they'd want to, but I don't know people very well.
If you think I ought to start selling it, put it in the chat. Let us know.
Don't. Please don't. You're killing me here.
You always regret handing me a microphone.
I
at this
do,
hour.
every time.
You got to get me later in the day.
How's it get better later in the day?
Oh, it does get better for me later because I'm actually awake and actually care at that point. Right now, I don't care. I just don't care.
What are you doing? Just throw a ball, Jay.
We're staying here the whole time.
One game.
After it will, yeah.
One game. You know who's going to commentate afterwards? Not me.
You really need a full rack? Aren't you just trying to get warmed up?
Alrighty. So, Chris, how'd you say the house fell over this weekend?
Now, are we talking in general or for me?
In general.
In general, I mean, look, it's the highest cut Todd has had, and he's usually only had 18 qualifiers. So today, this time he's got 24, and the cut was even higher. I mean, that speaks volumes about what Todd has done in this place to make it fall the way it's fallen.
Yeah, it was a pretty high cut. Most of the cuts we usually see are in the 30s to 40s range. To get in the 50s.
Yeah, that's right. We could have been at Southwest for Southwest Sunday right now, but you see where we are? We're here. No, what do you think? I mean, it fell well.
It
ran
fell well. Fortunately, I didn't throw the ball well, so I didn't get to watch myself pull well. But
look,
a lot of people got that ball in there, and it was
looking
working.
at video of myself, and I never realized what an absolute a-hole I looked like at the foul line. How I came in second at Suitland, I will never know.
I mean, I could tell you that anything.
Dude, I never realized how discombobulated I was coming up to a foul line. I never realized it. I mean, and it proves that any success that I've had in this game has been pure effing luck. No, Nick Lloyd, you got to understand, he's trying a special balance mark between having a taco in his left hand and a comet in his right. And sometimes
he threw soft rolls.
Oh, he threw soft rolls?
He threw soft rolls.
Wow. You know, if I had thrown soft rolls the first two games instead of trying the arrows, I probably would have been a little better. My arrows bounced down the lane like a Super Bowl.
I had the exact opposite. I threw comets, and I struggled to get my comets into the pocket. I switched to arrows. I threw those a lot better, and they broke a lot better, too.
See, my arrows did not. I just couldn't, but the soft rolls did great for me. The soft rolls stayed right where I wanted.
Well, I'm going to try my soft roll so soon, because I think I'm going to need them south side.
South side, I don't know. Greg, if you're listening, what do you think? Canadian Greg always tells me what to throw at a house, and he forgot to tell me this time. So yeah, I'm going to take my arrows. So I told him, yeah, the arrows didn't work after the first game, and he's like, well, you're stupid. I told you not to throw. I'm like, so he has to tell me he'll tell me to throw pro lines.
Richard, Nick is bowling, but he is in the opposite division. He's in Division A, I think.
I can see Nick, Richard. I can.
We're waving to him now.
Which finger was that, Nick? Oh, okay.
Good.
Yes, both of you.
I think we're both sitting here.
Both of you. Well, yes. Hello, David.
Hello, Chris.
Now the hello has been said.
I didn't have too much trouble with that. All the times it happened to me, the ball went to the pocket.
Well, I'm watching me release the ball and going like this, and when you go like that, it hits something and goes the opposite direction. I mean, I could not throw a straight ball to save my ass, and I don't know why.
Richie, stop trying to convince me to put more balls in my bag.
Who?
He's telling me to throw Cobras at Southside. I don't know why. I can't imagine that actually working.
What, Richie said that?
Yeah. He would know
Hey,
better,
Richie.
too.
See you next weekend, Richie. For those that actually are listening, National Duckpin Bowling Congress annual meeting next Friday. You should show up. Everybody that bitches about this game, you have the chance to help change it. Let us know if you want to come to the meeting.
Got a few more minutes of practice left up here before they start. I'm watching a video of someone getting run over trying to put the tarp on a baseball field.
Wow. I think they got Bill Buckner under there.
Nailed him. Oh, they hit reset. They're good to go. They're locked and loaded.
How many sweepers did you see get hit this weekend? I saw one.
I saw one, maybe two. There was at least one.
Yeah, I saw one Friday night. Somebody nailed a sweeper because they forgot that it was going up to every ball.
I'm gonna call him out. Chuck hits because he wouldn't care.
It was Chuck. You're right.
It was
That's
Chuck.
exactly what I saw. Mark, that was when you were dreaming. Yes, it was a dream. Nick was clearing dead wood out of the gutter, and there was not dead wood. There was dead wood in the gutter. He was clearing it out on lane 8, and the pin jumps up into the lane and takes out only the head pin. Nick is now shooting that rack. He was trying to take out only the 5, and actually wound up leaving now the 7-10.
A lot of 7 out of that, Nick.
Good job, Putz. That was funny. A lot of conspicuous absences up here. We won't say anybody's names, but
yeah, I won't say anything. Had a decent showing from people coming up north.
Well, yeah,
Quite a few.
Yeah, let's hope that's reciprocated for the southern stuff.
I think also when we come down to like South Side, we'll probably see a lot of Canadians come down for that stop.
I think the Canadians a lot of them are planning on white.
White Oak, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And you don't know this, we had to discuss this in the meeting this morning. The Canadians, we're actually going to be tariffing their prize fund 25%. So if they win, the tour gets 25% back.
That's a interesting strategy.
It is. It is. Bold strategy, Cotton.
You're tariffing the Canadian dollars or the American dollars transfer?
Oh, whichever.
Whichever? All right.
We can do loonies, can't we? Got another minute left to practice for some of these people, and then some of them are done. The pair that we're actually watching has got about a minute left. You can see the scoring system telling you the other lanes are done by the red lights blinking. What's happening in the chat? Is it just
There's a handful of people in chat. Teeny's in chat.
Teeny's in chat?
Yep.
Why?
Because John's on TV.
John Boy's there, Teeny. Look at that.
I'm sure you can get a gator clap out of him.
Oh, you can definitely get the clap out of John. I'm not sure about the gator clap, but you have Noel looking at the screen right now going, asshole.
Good Baltimore Eads right there.
That was good, wasn't it?
Good. Keep fans aware of how Nick's doing. Why would anyone want to actually know that?
How's Nick doing right now? Well, he hadn't hit the head pin yet.
He's 0 for 1.
Oh, good. Oh, it's giving closed captioning of what you and I are saying. All right, well, our match is about to get in here, and Johnny D with the first delivery here. John against Ty.
Are we bowling man for man or ball for ball?
You should be bowling ball for ball in this anywhere in this house.
That's what
John D with a big strike there.
All right, I didn't test it, but let's see how the replay is working.
Seems to be quite well.
Okay, it's a little
Ty
big.
is delivering now on
A little big.
13. Ty just struck on 13.
He bowled really well yesterday.
Well, a home house. He knows how to bowl here. There he is, Paulie.
Paulie Groves in the house.
You're nothing. Come on, you're the star. All right, Jay Davis up on 14, and Jay doing our first jump through the middle. Definitely ball for ball action here as Sean is up. Sean could be a favorite to win this thing.
He was stroking some strikes yesterday.
Sean, a favorite. Ty, a favorite.
Ooh, good shot.
On the way home. On the way home. Yeah.
Coming down. And it's yours.
Hey,
Sure.
nice
Look at that.
Nice shot.
That was a very nice spare pickup. Well, you see, what you're supposed to do, avoid the head pin and then use it on your second ball. That's the way it's supposed to be. All right, Jay Davis getting a 10 box there.
For the double. Oh,
no, sir.
Oh.
5-7.
Chris, is this a dry county?
I don't think so. There's a lot of...
No, I mean like till noon, like Frederick County is.
Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea what the liquor laws are up here. That's interesting to say.
I feel bad being sponsored by Long Drink when everyone in here can't drink.
Long drink. When you want to drink, long drink. You only get my announcer voice once for that.
Normally we have to pay for that.
Usually, yes. I could have done a whole commercial for him, but nobody told me about it. Could have had a commercial done.
Yeah, I knew about it for a few weeks. I ended
just
up-
never told me.
I was too busy.
All right, Ty with a full count there. Absolutely.
All right, show me how.
Patrick says it's 10 a.m., which we got 3 more minutes.
3 more minutes until I can have a long drink. When you want to drink, long drink.
Nice ball.
Now he played off the head pin that time. Yes, actually, there is a theory on it. And it's too numerous to get into. But It may be the latest batch of pins. It may be the decks. It may be the side rubber. He's trying to figure out exactly what it is.
Dual does the same thing. I noticed a little bit similar to Dual. When pins go off the side rubber, they tend not to go backwards. They tend to go side to side or a little bit forwards.
Absolutely. There's a couple of tricks that I was taught over the years that I never got to implement over at Glen Burnie, but I wanted to. But Mr. Rainier told me double-sided tape on the back where the 10-pin and the 7-pin are so that a pin will catch and flip. Not illegal at all.
Make every house Walkersville?
Basically make every house Walkersville. Let's say make every house Hillendale. Oh, Johnny D comes all the way back. You get to keep it, John. They got the runners ready to go here, don't they? Wouldn't that be great? Well, with my place closing soon, you can do anything you want to. So if you'd like to, you should do a tournament that actually is candlepin style.
Good morning. Come on, Colby. Come on. All right, tie on the spare. Phil, chance to get a little bit of a lead.
And there it is.
That'll do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, playing the house at its best right there. And there it is.
That would hurt a little.
I guess Mark Parker's going to be a favorite here, too.
I would think Mark Parker's a pretty good favorite here. There's a few people I would say are favorites here. Your two high qualifiers really just kind of blew everyone else out. So Matt Anastasi and John Green, I would think are probably... Oh, that's not a good start.
Wow.
Rich wants to talk to you at some point.
Richie, you want to talk to me? You got my phone number. And for those who don't have it, it's 301-928-1930.
Yeah.
It's okay. It doesn't matter. I get so many spam calls. It doesn't matter. Call me anytime, Richie. We probably need to talk before Friday, Rich. He did. And still finished okay.
Still got 40-something that game.
Yeah. That was the game that he had like 7 red circles, and then he finished with a 4-bet. Yeah. Oh, dear. If you get 5 of them in a row, you get to take that hand over to Mohican Sun.
This is definitely a house you can chop through quite a bit.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm not exactly sure why, but it definitely felt like the house that you could be a little chop heavy.
Parker's struggling a little bit down there.
That's a little better than the last one.
Well, you know what they say, they all look like strikes, right? That's the important part. Let's see, what does John say in return?
5-pin.
I wonder whether it's also some of it first height versus the lane of the lane versus the deck height here. I wonder if that's some of it. The drop from the lane to the deck.
Yeah, there's definitely some drop here.
It's a noticeable drop.
It's noticeable.
Where there's other places, you go and you can't even see the ball come up to the lane edge, or not the ball, the pin when it's rolling, coming up to the lane edge. But this place, you've got that noticeably. Same thing at Walkersville, you've got that noticeable. Mount Airy, you've got that noticeable. I think Suitland too. Suitland is you could notice that.
Ooh, off the side.
If you had to pick another house, would you say this place scores like somewhere? Or would you say that this place is just unique?
It's definitely unique. I mean, for me, it definitely felt like it was a lot like Duel.
Duel, and are you talking about current Duel or Duel before things were fixed?
Current.
Okay, current Duel's gotten a little tougher. And the Summer League is going to be
Ooh,
Jen and I are bowling in the doubles up there. It's going to be interesting because they did some modifications after the summer league last year. So it'll be interesting to see what's actually, will actually average up there this summer.
Yeah, Dole was kind of my comparison on this stuff. I think the only difference, I think the drop here is probably steeper. It might be the same height, but it's definitely steeper.
They're like Suitland. Suitland's a good house, but it's like no other. Like when I leave a, let's say I do a 2-chop at Suitland and I hit the head pin, instead of them all scattering around and going boom, 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 it looks like they all just fall back like dominoes at Suitland. And I mean, that's unique. That's great.
I mean, if every house played the same, why would we go in the different houses all the time?
Well, hell, how many are closing up? We're all going to be bowling in the same house at some point.
All right, John needs to get something started here. He's getting a little far behind now with all the strikes that are being thrown.
And that was not it.
No, not it.
That was not it.
Sean, when's the stop for Southside? Chris, do you know that off the top of your head?
Memorial Day weekend. Tie with a triple. Hey, Ty. John's wife just called you an asshole. There it is. All right, John's gonna have to get on a streak here of something. Just had one pop out of the gutter on him.
Yeah, I couldn't tell whether that popped out or not.
Yeah, he's making that change.
Yep. So Sean, we'll be streaming live Memorial Day weekend. Unfortunately, I was planning to originally do a double stream for the women and the men. I think I'm just gonna only be able to do the men because Nick will not be there.
I'll be there.
Yeah, but I can't. I need him to run one stream and me run another. We're gonna do a double stream.
Just point the camera. I'll sit there. Yeah, I'm not going to make the cut at Southside.
We'll probably just do what we did at White Oak, and last time they staggered the start times for the bracket, so I was able to get the women's final.
Okay, good. That's going to be fun to play that house with these automatic scoring conditions.
Sneak one more.
All right, Big Head just threw a 10 in the pit over there, and he needed it.
How far is Matt up on?
Matt's up on him by about 20.
All right, Jay got that single, and he kind of needed that to get into this game. Let's see if Sean will match him.
Yeah, Sean, no, that's coming into the gutter.
Put a little bit of opening
So
there.
why do we call them gutters instead of channels, like they do in 10 pins?
Because we're degenerates.
Okay. Uh-oh, Bernie cut the 1-5? Oh, dear.
It's okay, it's still early. You can lose one and still get through. Unfortunately, ooh, I'm looking at that.
That did not look
That
good.
is not pretty. That scoreboard is not pretty.
All right, let's see what Ty does. Are we going to get 4 here? Only if it comes back. 7 off the side's always a safety.
That wasn't ideal. Not quite ideal.
John trying to come
Dribbler.
back and play in the house. That pin had a little more time. You see that?
Oh, it hit the pin, yeah. Is that pin gonna set?
Sure did. Look at the lane.
That sucks. John's face.
John's like,
what do I do?
summer rules, play it how it lies. There, Ty is. That's correct. John complaining about the automatic, saying that if it had, saying if it had not gone automatically, he would have had a single pin sitting there instead of having to shoot the allegedly 1-2, which currently, could you fit a ball between those two?
Only if you're throwing left or right. I think you could if you're throwing left or right. I think it'd be hard if you're throwing right to left.
Look, you know what? I would almost put up money. I would say leave the pins as they are, I would put up $500 cash to see him go right through the two, if he could do it. I mean, that's a Mike Spiegel sucker bet right there.
That is a Mike Spiegel.
That is a Mike
bet.
Spiegel bet. I'll give you $1,000 if you put it between the two pins. All right,
Well,
while
the
we're
rules
waiting
of
on
Mike
John.
Spiegel is never bet against Mike Spiegel while he's bowling. 'Cause that man will take your money.
Oh, absolutely. Oh my God. The famous Spiegel is, give me $100 if I go through the 1-5 twice, and he'll take it and go through once, go through the second time.
He I think it was Joe. I think it was Joe Muse. He took money matches with
I
him
know.
down there. It was like 3 games in a row. He just took his money from him. I'm
Oh,
like, Joe,
yeah.
what are you doing? You need to
But
stop.
Joe's young. He doesn't realize. He doesn't. Amazing.
That's Bernie Hipkins for you.
Amazing. Now, lane 13, I guess we're still waiting for the 1-2.
Yeah, they called it back.
Doesn't set up soon. Somebody probably needs to go down and do a welfare check.
No, it should reset. They'll bring it down with it.
I love it. Turcotte's in the pit, and he's dressed to the nines with his beautiful Highland shirt on.
So while we got some time here, looking around, Nick is kind of getting clock cleaned here.
Yeah, Matt's got a commanding lead over Nicky right now. But Nick, I think he just pulled. Did he pull that together? Yeah, he did. Pulled that together.
All right, John finally shooting it. Hey, it's a good thing he set that because he would have missed it.
Huh?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Kind of rattling around.
All right, Sean up 20 in his game, but down a hit. Pretty pitch. Yep. Yep, that'll do.
Carl Poole just walked in.
Ah, that is not what they wanted.
Wow. That is not what anybody wanted, with the possible exception of Sean.
Yeah, facing down that strike from Sean while up a hit. Really wanted to get a strike there to stay even. I'll really get back 10 pins and stay even.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
no.
Gonna have to clean this out as much as you can. Try to get at least 8.
It's nice to see Jay make the finals here because if you remember Parkville last year, he was bowling POA.
Is this his first time up here?
I am not sure. I think he's been here before with
9?
his impending nuptials. All right, let's see what John's going to do. See if he can get something back against Ty.
Yeah, Jay's a very good tournament bowler. He pretty regularly
Absolutely.
qualifies in events.
It's, I'm a Saturday bowler normally, not a Sunday. Oh, no.
No.
Now, if John picks this up, it gets interesting-er.
So I'm the opposite. I'm a Sunday bowler. I just don't bowl well on Saturdays.
I don't bowl well enough to get to Sunday most of the time, and when I do bowl, oh my God.
Maybe.
When I bowl on Sundays, the lone exception was Sue. Attaboy.
All right, Ty in very good control of this game right now.
Waka waka.
He's up 37 pins with 3 frames left. That's a pretty good spot to be in.
Yeah, I mean,
That's doubles territory for John.
yeah, absolutely. Let's see if Jay can make a little recovery here against Sean.
Yeah,
You know,
he
a
can't go
double
open.
cures everything.
He can't go open anymore.
No, not at all. And that's
Oh,
my.
there you go.
Oh my! I was about to say, oh crap. And let's watch Jay's strike here. Halo 8 and 2.
Off the side.
Now, I obviously very makeable. Walter playing the house over there.
Well, he played the house all day till his 8th game.
Yes, he did. Now, if you had to gauge yesterday with Walt, by game 8, How many twisted tees?
Minimum 3.
Oh, it's more than that. 3. That's amateur hour. Oh, Walt, come on. Nick left the 10 pin over there. I didn't see that. And okay, well, this is giving Jay a little bit of hope here. A double cures everything.
Yeah, down
In
20,
Duckpins.
down 24, up a hit, still in the game.
And
John, on the other hand, not in this game.
I wish I had the velocity these kids did. You know, I just can't get the ball that fast to make things like that happen. Yeah, and then Johnny D leaving, wow, which is crazy. You know, if you're on synthetic, you're going to get even more. Wow, we almost had matching leaves on 13 and 15.
Those aren't good leaves. They're not very nice. I don't like throwing at those. Much rather have what John has, though.
I'd like to see John make this. Not the sideboard action you needed there.
All right, 10 out. That puts John down, still 37, but now he's down a hit with 2 frames left. That's kind of toasted.
Yeah, it's I mean, John's max is 172 at this point, and Ty's gonna be there with the count, or close enough to it. It's almost shutout range. Let's see what Sean does here.
Hold it.
Hold it, but he played the house.
Jay looking for a double here. The light.
And Jay tried.
Almost got the action out of it. Larry, this Pro Tour stop, as you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, is at Highland Bowl in Cheshire, Connecticut. Connecticut.
And Sean, there he goes.
Okay.
I thought it was trailing,
there
and
was a
he did
moment
too.
there.
Did you see the look on his face?
Yeah, there was a moment there. It looked like it wasn't going to get to it.
Now, if Jay can get this, he's still in the game.
No.
Okay, that's gonna make it tough for Jay.
He's gonna be in the 80s.
I mean, Jay's max is gonna be 159 if he triples out, gets this and triples, or doesn't get this and triples out, or if he does get it triple. I don't know anymore. Okay, now, yeah, get this and triples out. Does get it. Okay, now, yeah. So 159 is gonna be his.
Down 25, a hit with 2 frames left.
149 will be his. James Simon over there with a beautiful strike on 15.
We usually get the Simon family watch.
Oh no, it's over here, unfortunately, except for the math. It's depending on what Ty does. Ty throws a strike. This is done. Ty, not the head pin. Now John can pull this together because the action has been direct left right. What did I say? What did I say? That plays into what we said earlier. The pins don't go back. They're there. So Ty gets this. It's going to give him 168. And the best John can do is 162. So that match is done.
Because I know the Simon family is probably watching. Looking over the right, looks like James Simon is going to take his game. A real barn burner, it looks like. He finishes going spare strike in the 9th and 10th. Goes 3 off, but he won the game with that strike finish in the 10th. Phil Caparella goes split. Actually, Phil had a 5-split game and won 140.
Walt and Andrew, it looks like Andrew's got Walt and Matt's over there.
Yeah, Matt's over there.
Over here with Mark Parker. Mark and Brandon are within 10 pins. Nick and Buckingham are
14 pin difference.
14 pin difference right now. Nobody on hit. So anything can change with a double here. Sean with a 9, drop 8 for Jay. So the math is over there. Everything's done on the pair you're looking at right now. So your winners are going to be Ty Turcotte and Sean.
Oh, okay. We can give him the 9.
I saw Mark walk by a minute ago. Is he still with child? Is he still with child, Mark?
Why you gotta be like that?
I'm just curious. Because when the baby elephant comes, you know, we're all gonna have to get presents. Kid's gonna come out like this. It's gonna sound like.
All right. John makes a single. Unfortunately, he's not going to be anywhere near the win on this game.
No.
As Ty has absolutely blown him out.
And that's a shame because John's bowling a beautiful game. He's going to wind up with probably a 150 here.
Yeah, he threw a pretty good ball. 4 splits kind of hurt him. Converted
But,
1.
you know, this 150 game, which he just got, 150. You know, again, take it back to Suitland with me. You know, that's the game right there that I had against John Green. It's the same game.
Sunday is just as much about luck as it is skill.
Absolutely. You got to get the right person at the right time.
And the good bowlers you see constantly go through because they're always here.
You thought I'd be going home? I will be. Jenna wants to watch Erica bowl for a couple games. So we'll be leaving soon. Oh, no, I know you don't care. I just figure, well, yeah, we're going to get out of here. We want to meet the 95 traffic home.
Meet? You want to meet?
Well, I want to be. Mark is, we're taking Mark Davis, so. Yes, we got to pass down to Laurel. So we got to go that way.
I'm doing 84.
A much nicer drive. It's a much nicer drive. It's like an extra 45 minutes maybe, but it's a much nicer drive. And no tolls.
But I like taking, I like the rest stops.
It'll take me 7.
Yeah, because I'll take 15 up, and then I'll eventually hit 81 and 84. It's
Take 15 to her.
yeah. Yeah.
What'd he do? Oh, wow. That's all right. Me too. I think I was just over. Tough off. Me too. Me too.
All right, that is the end of game number 1. Steve Hoover would like to tell you that there's no such thing as beating 95 traffic, and I think he's probably right about that.
Well, he's not wrong. Nothing beats 95 traffic.
All right.
Oh my God.
Oh my lord, that is the worst drive in the universe. Actually, second worst. I still drive 270 occasionally.
And it's awful.
All right, so while we're getting set up, I'm going to quickly put us to an ad break, and we will be right back.
All right.
All right.
Dave, I won my first one. Good. Well, I was bowling you.
Am I just, are you swapping or you want me to do it? Okay.
Are we back on?
Yep, we're back on.
Hello, everybody.
I guess, yeah.
Is it Stefano? ST.
STDEST. Look at her shirt.
Why do you do this to me?
I don't know no better.
Andrew. This is why it just needs to be ABC.
STEFANO.
120.
Oh, they flipped it on me. You jerks.
Does Erica bowling Bernie or James?
Erica's bowling James.
Okay.
Wait.
I didn't check to see who won. Did you win the first one?
Nah, I got it.
If Erica would just hurry
Yes.
up and change her name to Davis, we'd all be okay. Wouldn't have to worry about spelling her name.
Shoot. Yeah, here.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to get those right eventually. Erica and James. Bernie Hipkins and Walt Brooks.
All right, so James against Erica. Huh?
Brandy is asking what long drink is. Do you want to do a quick little sponsor read for it?
Do you have something to read?
Nick was supposed to make some. I don't know if he ever actually did.
Long drink. When you're thirsty, long drink.
It's a gin-based canned drink.
Except you don't have to have it in the can. You can have it at your table, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I suppose. They're based out of Finland, but they're trying to make inroads into the U.S. They have some flavors that are really good. I actually really like the peach.
James putting that ball up high like Scott Wogemuth of old.
I actually have an entire video of Scott Williams I have to put up soon. He bowled in all 3 games in the episode.
In the what?
In the episode I have, he bowled in all 3 games.
Oh, wow. Very good.
And he shot like 515.
How many more tapes do you have to digitize?
I'm probably about a third of the way through.
Very good. There's a lot to go.
A lot to go.
All right, Walt now against Bernie.
Yeah, Walt.
And Walt, oh.
Actually, I'm going to go grab their sheet so I can have their record
All right.
after Bernie throws his
Good
ball.
sign or a bad sign?
Because Bernie's probably going to throw a strike. I won't be able to walk over.
Wow, you did that to him.
Yeah.
You did that.
That
to
was
him.
intentional.
You did
Sorry.
that to him.
Sorry, Richie. Sorry,
you
Bernie.
did that to him. My God, if there was ever interference in duckpin bowling. Oh my God. Hello, Mamiya. Bernie does not have a 2. That's just me screwing up. Okay, you have to fix Bernie's score because obviously I did that wrong. Yeah, I know. And James against Erica. James going for the big ball here. That's a very smooth ball for James.
That's the second best ball I've played tonight, and they were both strikes.
Here's James going for his spare. Walt's 0-2 already.
Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty good. Erica's won her first one, huh? Walt trying to play the house, misread it a little bit. Will we feel the burn here?
Not yet.
Wow. All right, Walt with 9 on. Bernie going for his spare here. And Bernie gets a spare. Walt's got 9 on. And Walt gets the 10.
Good morning there, Flacco. Good morning there, Mia.
Hey there, Flacco. It's an unfortunate name for Baltimore. Oh, look, it's Joe Flacco.
Well, where is he now? What team did he sign with? He's still playing. I just forget what team he's on. Good ball, James.
That was a pretty ball. Leaving single 10. Erica, looked like that ball got a little bit away from her. All right, James going for a second singleton in a row. And did he get that or did that come out of the gutter? I guess he got it. And Erica gets her spare too.
Randy Farlow all over it. He is with the Cleveland Browns. He can tutor Shador Sanders now.
Cleveland?
Yep.
I didn't know they still had a team.
I mean, they've lost it once.
Too soon. It's too soon. Here comes Walt, and Walt's gonna come with 7 there off the side, but only with 2.
A lot of stars in this matchup. I believe Walt has 9 and Bernie has 8.
I just heard my name used in vain.
Oh, good
Walt
try.
almost pulled that together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it was like 3 in the pit. Almost full. Bernie right on it.
As you would expect.
Walt missing his single. Erica for the count ball here. 7 of them?
Ah.
No. Must be contagious on that lane. James Simon going for his fill.
Ooh, not a good hit.
What would you rather, James's or Erica's?
Erica's? Well, I mean, I'd rather
Not the
neither.
count, but I'm saying on the first ball. Oh, crap. Is the camera going out of focus every once in a while when I'm having a stroke?
If people walk in front of it, it'll auto focus to what's in front of it. So yes, both.
And Erica, ooh, trying. Didn't quite get there.
All right, we got good viewership already. We're at about 170-ish.
Very good. And oh,
Oh,
Bernie
Bernie.
with the sink.
Burn was ready to feel the burn on that ball.
used to have to take a bag of soap. Walt coming through. Oh no!
Ow.
Did you just see his
Ow.
ball hit something and it like took all the inertia off of his ball and it
There's
just
a-
like hit
I've-
like a watermelon?
I've seen that a few times here where your ball just hits the head pin and your ball just like
It's dead.
dies. It just falls over and dies. You get no carry at all.
And it's a shame because when you're hitting the center, you should do something. But that hit like an ultralight for some reason.
Yeah. I see Patrick Davis is in chat. Does your father have anything to say to him? Your father says good morning. Yeah, you can tell Walt was a little frustrated about that hit.
Well, I mean, can you blame him?
I can't blame him.
You know, that's
That was like, it was a bad ball.
wow.
It's the kind of hit I get when I hit right side, but I have no rotation on the ball, and the ball just sails off and you get nothing. It's got to run. Yeah, it's not terrible.
That's a house player for James. Erica favoring. Everyone's favoring the left side.
I found out I pulled the ball a lot here. Something about when the ball hits the lane, if it has rotation on it,
It jumps.
Really
Yeah.
go. It
Likes to
really
go to
will
the
run
left.
on you.
And James,
Ew.
no, that's going to be wide left. Erica going for something here, and she. Oh no! There was no reason that shouldn't have fallen, except duck pins.
I don't know. I struggled to make shots like that all day yesterday. I'm not really sure what it was.
It's because you're getting direct side to side. You're not getting it to go back.
Yeah. Tough range for you.
Okay, Erica's going to need to pull a little something to get on top of James. And see what Walt's going to do. Walt's going to go for a better delivery here. Oh
Nah.
no!
Well, on the plus side,
That ball had the inertia though.
on the plus side, we got a Dave Jones attempt.
That is true. Bernie with a 9. Oh man, a
Jones.
Double Dave Jones. A double Dave Jones shot.
Two of them. Bernie already is owed a shirt.
Proud owner of one right here. What does Walt say? Walt says, F you in your shirt. What does Bernie say?
Oh, Bernie's already got one. We just have to give it
him
to
a
him.
second one. Maybe you just double the size. Nobody wants your stinking shirt.
Nobody wants my shirt. On the plus side, nobody wants the money I spent on the shirt either.
Apparently not.
Walt takes 9.
Bernie takes 8, leaving the 2-3. You would agree good bowlers get 10.
I don't think I've ever seen that yet. Both bowlers leaving Dave Jones.
Erica. Oh no. We almost had a third Dave Jones. Let's see if James can give us a call. James Ball, it just doesn't carry to do.
James just said, I'm going to miss the head pin.
I would. Take one for the team. If he goes 2-8, I'm going to piss myself. Yeah, Ryan, wasn't he? That's much better. That's much better. Oh, Erica almost getting that.
She made the Dave Jones. I was it Monday at Mount Airy? I ripped the 1-5, just the 1-5, made the Dave Jones out of that.
And you left the 8-9?
I left the 8-9, and then I made the 8-9.
Atta girl.
That's the best $10 I'll throw in my life. Well, that was the frame that happened.
Mercy me. All right, James going for a 10 box here. I said he was going for it. I'd say he's going to get it.
Well, he's still up 15, so he's not in terrible
No,
shape.
not at all.
Bernie crashes through the
For
head.
the love of God. Okay, so now if you're Bernie, you're playing this house, you know what this house is falling like. What are you doing? You're going to try and take it off the wall, or you're going to go to the right?
Well, that ball, it looked like he played further from the right line.
Oh my God.
He was throwing from right to left pretty hard on that ball, and Bernie's normally a pretty straight bowler.
I think Walt just mouthed something into the camera that we don't want to read.
Nah.
Bernie tried. I mean, this is beginning to look like candlepin chat. You know, with the crap they leave. And Walt, okay, now Walt was going for the side. Walt was going for the 6-pin to bring it around. And the ball hit something in the lane and took it to the other side.
Bernie got to get some wood here. Playing the safety pitch. S-S-S-S-A-A-A-A.
Well, you are a man without hat.
I'm actually mildly surprised you know that.
Dude, I hosted the 80s at 8 for 5 years on a radio station. Come on. All right, James Simon. And
That's a good ball. Little light. It'll work though. Little light here plays pretty well. Usually leaves you with corner pins.
I regret getting rid of my half and half balls because I used to go back to them when I started bowling like crap so I could see what I was doing. Oh no.
Oh.
This is Erica's opportunity right here.
Good.
Oh my God.
Let it spin.
Ah. Oh yeah, it went. Now, technically, let's look at the replay on that.
I don't think it touched it. I think it's good.
You
Probably
couldn't.
not.
The
Probably
pin
not.
setter was in the way.
I mean, generally, I get a situation like that. I'm asking everyone on the lane, what's your thoughts? And
I mean, I don't think nobody could have seen what happened with the pin setter in the position it was in. Nobody. I don't think anybody could make the call. I mean, but it looked like it went.
usually,
Did you? Okay,
Usually-
you've got the angle.
usually if it falls, it didn't hit anything, unless it's out of place. It's just the way the pin setters are set. Walt,
Right.
that's just it.
That is correct. Erica is sticking over there, it looks like. All right, what treat is Bernie going to give us here? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Well, that's better.
That's a lot better. Yes, yeah, way better. It's only better if you actually hit 2 of them, though.
Oh, my.
How do you feel about 7-10, Chris?
I feel I'm going to have bad dreams about this match. I really do.
Yeah, I feel bad for Wall. He's got 5 splits already in 7 frames.
What's his hand up there? He doesn't even have a good hand. Trying to look at his 5-card hand. 2 7s, a 4, 5, and an 8.
All right, Erica finally gets her mark.
And counts on it.
That's a good count. Can we hit that pin?
I don't think it's quite going to get there.
Oh, that brings her back within 6. James, that's a better ball. We hit that pin in the neck and didn't go down.
Good bottoms, Peter. Good bottoms. Erica with the spare.
Thank you.
Is James going to answer back? That is the question.
Also, we have a 200 watch there on lanes 7 and 8.
And James answers back, yeah, with Colby.
No,
And with
Greg. Greg goes strike, makes a 4-pinner, and then just do a 4-bagger.
Well, we might have 200 watches then. Let's see what Colby does here.
Well, welcome to the pros, Aiden Wilson.
Yeah, really.
You're down by 100 after 6.
Replay Bernie's strike so that everybody can go, what the was that? And we'll watch Walter up there too. Oh.
That's a good replay, Bernie.
Oh yeah, we saw your face. We saw your face. And, oh no. Of course you do. They don't appear to be bowling ball for ball down in this range for some reason. Walt with a 7 box. And Walt, I mean, the look on his face, he understands. Sometimes he's luck isn't on your side.
Ooh, I didn't know they posted it up. Chris, you want to do a standings recap?
Yeah, I can. We got it on the page. And James,
The ball?
leaving the 4. You got it up. I'll do a standings recap real quick. Thank you. See what Erica does first before we go too far. Erica's going to pull. She pulls 9 as well. Hey, now we got a match. All right, your 1-0s. Division A, Kristen Kaczewski, Matt Buckingham, Matt Anastasi. Division B, Colby, John Green, and Brandon Dominique. In Division C, Ty, Erica, and James are all 1-0. And Division D, Andrew, Sean, and Bernie are all 1-0.
Thank you.
And Erica makes her spare. James makes his spare. It is still a 6-pin game.
They've both gotten on a nice streak of spares here. First one to blink's going to lose, and there's only one more frame left. Walt does a good pitch this time, and it's something to throw at. I believe that is his first spare break of the game. Meanwhile, Bernie up 17 and a hit. A little light, 3-pinner.
Bernie for the spare, trying to pull together the triangle. A shot that I wish didn't exist in this game. Walt with the Mark Callahan ball for the single.
Yeah, unfortunately, that game is now done, essentially.
Yeah, that one's. The math isn't there.
Well, the math is there. The reality isn't.
Right.
Yeah, I shot the right side of it. It didn't bounce, but it ran like a...
Kevin must have just stuck over there on 15.
All right, big ball
Here
here.
comes Erica taking. I was going to say 7 off the side, but she takes 7. All up to James here. The chop 2 from James would even things out. We don't want. Well, I'm not going to pick sides here. 2 things that are going to be hard to make.
Not gonna get it. I might have gone if we had a little more time. All right, Erica's gonna have to make this now. Oh no,
She tried.
that's close.
All right, Erica's going to be 1-1. James is going to be 2-0. Walt will be 0-2. Bernie will be 2-0. still on 200 watch over here. Greg missed a single pin. 157 in the 7th. Still 200 watch, though.
All right, so Erica finishes with 117.
Hey, Dave, I won my second. I won my second. When you say you're going to give it to me.
Give you a sample.
Oh, okay. Very good. Dave's trying to give me a sample of his own long drink. Quite imagine that would be a short drink.
All right, Bernie, the spare fill here. Finish out this game. That's polite break. He knows it.
Walt, if there was any luck for Walt, this game would be bad.
That would be his 6th split. He had 1 break he missed on a strike to open the game.
That makes my ass hurt. It really does.
That's a lot of work to get to 100 here. That's a lot of work to get to 100 here.
It's a lot of work to get to 100 here. I mean, sometimes you just got to look at the sky and just go, holy shit.
I didn't know it rained indoors.
I don't know. You weren't there that year at Lucky Strike?
All right, so Bernie will go to 2-0, wins 144 to 98.
Schrieffer just left something ugly, but he's still on a 200 watch.
Nick Wood lost his first game, and I'm trying to see. Looks like he won that game actually. Yeah,
Well, that's
he,
good, at
He
least.
beat he beats Matt Anastasi.
I think we need Turcotte's daughter back. Hupitz does not walk as fast.
I'm down 4 miles on this leg. All right, I'm gonna clean up the score sheet. We got another game left, so I'm gonna go ahead and put us. I'm gonna go ahead and put us on break for a bit here.
Hey, when you want a drink, long drink.
I think we're just waiting for them to finish up on 15-16 right now. So we'll be right back. Yeah, Bernie waits his camera. You got me before I went to the ad break. So we'll be right back, folks.
Amazing.
All right, they're starting up game number 3.
And we're back. Aw.
We're back.
Aw. Aw.
They put Sean up there. I thought it was Kevin. While I'm holding. Oh. Around the world? Nope.
I don't think you're going to get that much.
Hmm?
I don't think you're going to get that much here, are you?
I think you can. It's an uncommon shot in general.
Truth. It's funny with my cataract surgery, I can actually see this better from back here. I have that weird thing when I wear reading glasses that it's just not, I'm not close enough to read.
Oh, I guess it is Sean. Now I can figure out how to spell his name.
Good luck. Might be in your camera here in a second.
No, because that red text will not show up.
All right, Buckingham for his first, and oh, they all go away. They all fly off the lane.
Just gonna hold this up.
Sean playing the house.
Yep, that's right. CZK, very Polish. Very Eastern European.
Very Polish. Is there any other races we want to call out today?
I mean, if he had made that, he could be any race he
That
wanted
exactly
today.
wanted to. I think he wants.
All right, and after this ball, I'm gonna go and check sheets.
All right. So I'm left to my own devices after Sean makes this pin, and there you go. I will not be attempting to update score while David's gone because let's do that. Pardon me. All right, Phil almost taking it, leaving the 3-pin. Everyone else is 1-1, and Ty with a strike. Hello, Carl. If who's here?
He bowls at North Chelmsford.
North Chelmsford. He's a Massachusetts guy.
He's
The
about
only place in the free world that has gone from synthetic back to wood.
He's also like what, a 27 average there?
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that they were selling it to someone else. We had the opportunity to buy it a few years ago. I just couldn't find the upside.
Yeah, he's about a 27 average up there, which I think is about a 40 everywhere else in the world.
That was a interesting Bernie strike on 15.
Oh, he's good for one of those every once in a while, right? He's bowling against Jay Davis this round. Setting that doesn't fit. Oh, please? Yeah, we're going to take that.
Absolutely. Right? When you can put that kind of velocity on the ball. You can raise your arms up, and I would take that. And there it is. Spare for Buckingham. And there it is. No? Oh,
yeah.
Deep channel.
I do think these channels are a little deep. I've noticed them murder some messengers once in a while. Oh. Yeah, it's a little different from Walkersville, which has no channels.
Yeah, there's
There's none. One and one.
Had a good game there, but then Stacy playing big.
and tie.
The same 5 for big.
I gotta look in front of camera.
And Phil coming in from North
Yeah.
Chelmsford with the, wow, 5, 6, 10.
Got some work to do there. Oh, good try. Almost tapped that.
I wouldn't have that.
I would try not to leave that. Makes it easier. But he's bowling and I'm not, so what do I
That is
know?
true. That's true. No bad Sundays, except when you're sitting back here.
So you're sitting back here not getting paid.
All right, well, going for some more Chuckingham here.
It's always good to have a Chuckingham on camera.
It is. That
Hey.
carried nicely for Sean. That was a beautiful strike. Boom and boom. Oh, and the Chuckingham? No. Thought it was going to get there. You know, we all talk about who we want to emulate and who we want to bowl like. I've always been an advocate of just bowl your own damn game, you know? And that's why I'm sitting on this side of the table.
No, missed it.
And as good as Andrew is, yeah,
Very good. There's a lot of
Yeah.
that's ugly.
This is not a good start for Phil. He's got 3 splits and a missed single to start this game, and he's facing off against Ty, who's on a double.
Well, that got a little better.
All right, we got the game 2 results. Chris, you want to read them out?
Sure. All right, you're 2-0. Kristen Kaczewski in the men's tours, 2-0. Schriefer, Buckingham, and Lloyd are 1-1. And Anastasi's 1-1, and Aiden Wilson 0-2. Division B, Colby and Jonathan 2-0. Brandon and Bill 1-1. 0-2 for Brian Vest and Makapaka. For Division C, 2-0 Turcots and James Simon. Erica DeStefano, Phil Caffarella, both 1-1. Johnny D and Jimmy Mulvihill 0-2. Let's go to Division D. Bernie is the only 2-0 in D. 1-1 for Andrew Buckingham, Sean, Jay, Kevin, and Walt is 0-2.
Thanks, Chris. Richard, no 200. Had a close one from Greg Schriefer on onto our left side.
And Buckingham, what's he going to say here?
Hello?
Holy crap.
Hello?
What just happened there?
Hello?
What just happened there? Wow. That was something. I mean, with that one pin just going straight in the air. Wow.
Now, let's see if we can hit the left side of the 2 pin on this ball. His ball can make it. This guy gets left.
Absolutely. He can dust them all at once, but that.
Oh,
is-
no. That's not
and
what you want.
again, another one that just.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't lay it down here. If I laid it down here, my ball was going to jump like. There's an analogy somewhere, but it's rude.
And just like that, we have an about even game. Andrew 8 pins up, but down a hit.
Would you like me to let Jenna drive home so we can guarantee neither one of us sleeps? All right, Todd going for a count here and certainly gets a good one.
No.
Phil is having waltz luck on this one.
That's a 4 split of the game.
That is a 4-card hand already with a pair of 8s.
High and full
High
cruise
likes it.
control. 85 plus after 5. Against Phil, who probably won't even get the 50 this frame. He'll be under his box.
Golly.
But not for lack of effort. Only one bad ball where he missed a single pin in the second. That only cost him 6 pins, so he'd still be behind. I know it's a 40-pin difference after 5 frames. Plus, 40 plus.
Amazing.
All right, a closer match. Sean's gonna fire out first, so we're gonna see how close it is.
I mean, it's either going to be even or it's going to be, you know, a 6-pin game. There's your even.
It's a good break. It was a lighter hit. I feel like light hits are fine here, but they usually do leave corner hits.
A lot of corners are in this house.
Sean single.
Sean takes it. Buckingham looking to take here. 2-4.
Makes him, puts it down 1. There you go.
We're going to have Duckpin trivia tonight later on.
We can do it after this game.
Oh, I was going to do it now. If somebody could guess what Earl Shipley, former Pro Bowler, his waist size, we would give you a half-drink long drink. If anybody wants to put Earl Shipley's waist size in the chat.
Ah, there you go, Phil.
Look at that. Phil? Phil Caffarella? Been waiting all day to use the Phil reference. Oh, that was a beaut. Ty isn't letting him close. Ty's like, what the hell with you? We're not
Ty up 40 decides to give him the blanket cover. I'm not sure up 40 in a blanket cover.
I'm not sure that's
I'm not sure that's a thing.
Let's watch our close match here. First one to blink over here is gonna. But hopefully we have no blankets.
Good ball.
Oh God! I thought we had a
Near
hold all
ball.
tickets
Near
situation
ball.
there. Oh no.
7-5. Gives Andrew the lead back.
And Buckingham with a single pin. It helps that it's in the middle. Oh no!
Messenger did not get there.
Well, it's that deep channel that got it.
It was a little heavy for the ball to get there, but I thought a messenger was going to take it.
Yeah.
All right, 9
I
out.
would agree the messenger was closer.
9 out. That puts Andrew up 4 pins and a hit. All right, Phil, you got some work to do here.
You know, when you say a double changes everything, that might not be the case.
It might not be the case this game.
Oh, nice 3 in the pit, John.
That was for a triple.
Oh my God.
I'll hold these pins up, I tell you. Well, that hit nice.
You better tell the pins. Hold on.
Ah,
Wow. Phil just taking it in stride, just clapping his hands. Oh, look at Ty.
all right, Phil with his fist split in 7 frames. Not optimal.
Let's see, what's Phil does have 3 of a kind up there, so he could win the poker game.
Oh, that's good for him.
For those that didn't hear, Jimmy Mulvihill just made the Dave Jones, but sadly it was off camera, so wah, 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 wah. All right, Phil with the 8 box there.
Down
Phil
4 and a
getting
hit.
a little bit more frustrated here,
I mean,
but who wouldn't?
you wouldn't.
What a good ball. Oh my God.
Yeah, that ball just drove straight. There was literally only 1 pin on the deck after that ball fell off. All right, Andrew with an opportunity here to really take the lead.
Or do that.
Or they're that. Now that'll put him up 10.
The way that some of these pins are falling, when Peter ships out new pins, I think he needs to include a box of gauze pads. Because that, yeah. You know what you'd use a gauze pad for. Oh my!
Tries to kick it off the wall. It's to clean the wounds off the balls after they hit the pins. Is that what it's for?
It's to clean the wounds from the...
No. We'll leave it there.
I was going to say what's close to the balls. Why do you think I'm always going to be so rude?
Because you were.
That is correct. That is correct.
All right, 10 out there for Andrew. Puts him up 11 pins. Not a terrible spot to be in, but
No, the terrible spot is what's happening now.
yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that was
It's true.
It was close. So that's 6 splits for Phil in 8 frames.
That 6 did not help his poker hand. Oh, he does have a straight going, 5, 6, 7, 8. And Ty taking advantage of the house for that 5 point. Maybe pins fall different in Massachusetts. I don't.
Maybe.
Oh my! Oh my! Don't, we didn't think you had it either. Don't worry. Can you imagine Chris Schenkel and Bo Burton yelling at the bowlers? Oh, how far we've come. Bo Burton doing his tip of the week. Hi, welcome to Duckpins. Hit the head pin. Thanks, Bo.
Maybe what ABC is paying well, I thought.
I know.
At least we're sponsored today.
Hmm?
At least we're sponsored today.
Yeah, you are. By long drink. When you're thirsty, long drink.
Nah, I'm good right now. I still got my water.
Who's getting the long drink?
I might get a long drink later.
What would you like? A long drink? I can give you a short pull, but not a long drink.
Big frame here for Sean. Really wants to get a mark. Well, that'll work.
It's very dodgeball. Well, he really wants to get that. So who's getting the shirt and towel?
Those are Nick's.
Those are Nick's.
I believe he's already auctioned off this towel for the match between Matt and him, which I believe Nick won, so Matt doesn't get the towel.
Okay. Yeah. Andrew slid by and oh,
Got it. This is actually a pretty important pin here.
this is a very important pin here because that keeps it a mark instead of. We are on 200 watch. If Todd does a tie,
Yeah.
if Todd strikes, that will be something.
Yeah, Ty needs a double to get there, though.
Maybe Todd can just throw one down from the back. And there, whoa, there it is. You see Todd throw that pin at the 5-pin? That was neat.
Well, Phil, unfortunately, is mathematically eliminated.
Yeah, math is over, but it's not going to stop
Hey.
Phil from trying to get that strike there. And we're going to need a runner on 13. Hello, Coopies. You know, it went. Look at that. Aren't we all, though? Phil with a spare. All right. Now, you can't get a 9 card up there, but he does have a straight now. 6, 7, 8, 9. 5, 6, 7, 8. So he would win the poker game. Well, I mean, Anders only got 3 9s.
Good pitch.
Oh, my.
Good pitch.
Buckingham knows he needs this.
Oh, I missed a pin on school.
And he got it.
I missed a pin somewhere. Trying to figure out where. I got 10 here.
Both with spares, it is still a 1-pin game. That's your exciting match. Wow, how about that? Yeah. I don't trust myself. I could throw that ball from 50 feet and I wouldn't trust myself. Phil, I think getting some oil on his hand from that ball. Ty, we're on 200 watch with a strike.
Oh,
We are on 200 watch.
Needs a 9 on this ball or 8-10.
We are on 200 watch,
Missed that
folks.
single in the first frame.
Oh my! That ball
Gonna make
just
him
did
work.
nothing.
Gonna make him work for the 100. We could have a double up here.
Oh my, we could, couldn't we? Haven't seen that since the Helsinki incident. We all know how that turned.
Anything for the Honda.
Still trying it. Todd, why did I do that again? Todd knows what he needs. Stay in the middle. Nope. I understand being angry about not getting your 200, but you got the win. That's what's important. That's a
Yeah, 3-0, 194 game. He's got to have a pretty gigantic total.
absolutely.
Now our other matchup here, 1-pin difference, both bowlers on hits.
And
No.
no. Oh no. Oh no.
That is-
Oh no. All right, this is where it gets interesting. Wow.
All right. That 8's going to force Andrew to have to make the shot.
Well, with anybody with Andrew's power,
I want pin side.
which is odd.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to hit that hard. You'd have to hit it flush in the 1 and where the 2 was to get that. So Sean's going to go to 2 and 1, and Andrew's going to be 1 and 2.
All right, let Sean throw his penalty pitch here, and we'll go on to a quick little, well, yeah, we'll go on to a quick little break. This is the last group.
So before we go to break, our National Duckpin Bowling Congress president, Al Zorian, just sent me a picture of him carrying long drink.
Give me that.
Because when he's thirsty, long drink. That's it. Here comes the camera. You ready? There it is.
That's
Today's
perfect.
beverage is
That is perfect.
that is your endorsement right there. That is your endorsement. Hey, thanks, Al. Appreciate that, bud.
All right, we're going to go
Can't
on.
wait to see you this weekend.
All right, we're going to go on break. We'll be back in probably 3 or 4 minutes. There you go.
Jonathan had 175. Yeah, Greg threw a triple 1 by 2 against Matt. So it's great.
All right, get pitch on. Go get it.
Doesn't sound like me.
Whoa, shocker. 90 in the strike.
Huh? 175, I better.
I'll sit for a few minutes here. And we are getting back to it with, I guess it's John. Is it John against Jimmy?
Yeah, 80, 81, and 90.
We got a whole group of people we haven't seen yet.
Do what?
It's amazing.
Jimmy is 0-3. He's my other guy, so I feel good about that.
You know, it helps if I put my bowling balls on the lane.
It's actually a discussion we were having on the way in here this morning. Well, Jimmy's one of our favorites.
Looks like Nick's gonna win his third game. Put him at 2-1.
Nick said I had one problem at the Pop Wicks. You know what he's talking about?
He can't bowl on Sunday?
No, I thought it was food service was too slow.
Oh, what guy?
Congratulations, Nick.
Yeah, he'll be 2-1, I believe.
Jay Davis getting a spare. Kevin's going for the right side of the lane. Yeah. That is a 200 watch. He needs a strike. But lane 8's not working, so that's going to be a minute.
How's Parker doing? I believe he's 1-1. I think he's gonna lose this game though. If I'm reading the score right.
Wow, Erica DiStefano just making a nice 5-10 over there. Lane 15, that was beautiful. Oh, John Boy? John Boy's here?
Yep, John's back. John is back.
Gator clap.
He already gave a Gator clap when he made that strike.
And
And
up.
By the nose.
God, Jimmy, if that doesn't make your ass hurt, nothing will.
I think the 0-3's already done that job.
Yeah, well, you know, you have to, I got to tell you, if there is an insult to injury, that's it, right? I mean, seriously, that is pissing in a wound. That's what that is. Oh, my Lord. Jesus Christ, Mark, what are you doing?
Oh,
Jen is making a round, so we'll be leaving soon. No.
You know it's not your day when the opponent doesn't have to hit me yet and he's got a double.
Somebody's in the back.
yeah, they were working on 8. And I'm not sure what they're waiting on. It might be a ball.
Oh, they're no. Brian's down. They're waiting for a
it's
runner.
15. Yeah, it's 15.
All right, Kevin going to fire off here. You know, they could just roll one in the gutter slowly and then delete the score.
JD, yeah, you did a good job of qualifying today, or yesterday. To be bowling here.
And I thought we were going to get a backdoor boom goes the dynamite.
Nothing will ever be JD on commentary commentating JD. That was quality.
JD on JD. Is that Mary Ann?
No.
Who is that? I thought that was Mary Ann for a second. I'm like, what? I couldn't see the top of the head. Like, please don't make people walk down.
Well, sometimes that's not a bad thing.
All right, here comes Jay trying to make the spare finally, and got it. He does make it.
J-Dog.
That's a good shot, JD.
J-Dog or J-Bird?
Kevin, sadly, man down there, and he's going to try and pull it all together for a spare.
I didn't make a 9-pinner yes. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Throw the ball on the lane. It's not hard. Throwing it on the approach.
Well, Brandon just missed his,
First mark of the game.
yeah,
He
Brandon
was
would have
all-
had an all mark.
Unfortunately, I also think that's only going to put him to 1 and 2.
And he missed it again. Wow. Kevin's having some problems here. Kevin, he mouthed to himself walking away, slow down, which he needs to take that advice, slow down. He's throwing off his shoes and walking outside for a minute. We've all done that.
Yes. Well, I haven't because
Throwing off your shoes and walk outside.
I'm not lazy enough. I'm not taking my shoes off.
You're not lazy enough? Trust me, you're lazy. Now, this is going to be a triple for John if he gets up there and hits it. Do you predict it to be a lazy triple?
Usually you only get one bad strike in a triple, and I'm pretty sure we've already seen that.
Can we be like the Candlepin show and say he's going for bonus cash here?
I don't have the cash to give, but you can say it.
Oh, John's going for bonus cash. Let's see what John does here. We'll stay as long as D'Antonis strikes. Judas Priest. Wait a minute.
Keep forward. Yeah, that looks like a bounce. Yeah.
Hit a divot. I think that hit like a moon rock.
All right, Jimmy gets on the board.
D'Antonis? I don't know, man. Them 2 stars, I think they came out of the heavens.
But that's the D'Antonis.
And sometimes when you get given a gift, sometimes you have to return it to the store where you bought it.
By the way, if Andrew makes this, I'm not giving him a shirt.
You're not giving Andrew a shirt if he makes this?
I'm not giving Andrew a shirt if he makes this.
Oh, as luck would have it, we don't have to worry about that.
All right, 10 out for John. That puts him up 29. Put down a hit.
I let that go. That was
Well, that's all right.
pretty
And Buckingham took 1 out of that.
All right, Kevin after that 3 box, trying to get back on the target pin here.
And that's a recovery. He slowed down a little on that one. You know?
Yeah, he still pulled it though. There's always gonna be a tough break.
Who did? On the first ball?
On first ball.
Yes.
There's
Stipulations as to how the Dave Jones has to be made. Dave Jones has to be made on the second ball. No other pins can be standing after that. Well, I mean, it's
my
David's
money.
rule.
I'll give it out when I feel like it.
So they always say, my money, my rules. And Kevin almost.
All right, I'll put Jay up 22.
Now let's see, does Jimmy pull it up and bring it within 20 pins? Or is John just going to say, oh, oh. That's a technical term, by the way. I'm sorry. Let's watch that again. What, did Todd throw one out of the pit for that?
That's the wrong pin, Jimmy.
Yeah, you hit the wrong pin for the house. All right, shall we go rescue the woman and go home? All right.
All right, thanks
It's
for
been
helping out.
fun.
No problem.
All right, safe travel.
I'll see you on Wednesday. Wednesday, is that when I see you again? Yeah, we'll go Wednesday. Oh, a white picket fence up there for Jimmy. Yeah, Jimmy, that was the 3 I was aiming for. Yeah. Yeah, my flight's at like 6:30. Yeah, he's 2-1. He's got a good win on. He's got a good win. All right, Jay, a little off to the side there. That is a mess. I'm assuming you don't claim that ball either, JD. I'm sorry, Kevin. That was a pretty good pitch.
Doesn't matter if they don't fall over.
Oh, no, that ball. I think that ball bounced on him. I'm going to be honest. I don't think that was that bad a ball. It did go wrong side, though. I think if you want to shoot that shot, you want to have the ball on the left side. Try to knock it in and take out the 3 on the left. I mean, you're almost never going to make that shot anyway.
When I let it go, it was the 1-3 pocket, though. And it took a right turn.
So Jay finished with 7 out. Kevin finished with 9 out.
Ball hits the middle arrow and ends up in the left side. People tell me. Make it make sense. Bring back yours?
Jimmy rips through the middle, a Dave Jones shot attempt. John after his spectacular strike last frame. Throws an actual good ball for the double. Game's so easy, right, John? Oh, Jimmy wanted the shirt. Not going to get it. Oh. Dave Jones, once again, wins. Jimmy will go 9 out. Jay's still up 20. Been a little wild the past 2 frames. Continues to be a little wild. Pulls that ball a mile. Also, just off to the right, coming up on the lane right now. Good ball. Bernie Hipkins on a perfect game. 9 spare. Oh. 9 spare. It will end after he leaves the 5-7.
On the board. Building block.
No hitters over.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. I thought it was the 3rd ball. Jimmy needing to get something started here. Hey, we got it that time.
That's 1 in a row.
You gotta get that breadstick sometime, Jimmy.
Still on double.
For the triple, no.
Hipkins overrated.
John, good shot at it.
Got the 3 I was looking for.
will be a 8 out for John. I'm probably gonna have to go get some food after this game. I have to figure out what I want. Oh, I forgot to do Duckpin trivia. I guess. When do I want to do Duckpin trivia now? I guess I have to do it after this game. We'll do it after this game, and then I'll grab some food. Ah, Jay, not what you wanted there. Keeping the door open for Kevin. That's a good pitch. Hey, got it.
Thank you, thank you.
All they saw was the nose.
That's a better ball. All right, Jay will take a 9 out there. That will put him still up 11, but down a hit. So fairly even game there. In our other match, John with a commanding lead with his backdoor strikes for doubles. Forgets which lane he was on. He would always get there. The way John's bowling, I'm expecting this to be a double. Ooh. Ooh, pretty pitch. Ball from Jimmy. Gonna leave a 2-pinner to shoot at. Just by a nose. Jimmy nose slides by. Got it that time. That puts him down 39 pins and a hit with 3 frames to go. That's a bit much to make up. Hammer there from Jay leads 10 pin. Kevin, strike field. Good ball. 5 pin stance tall. That's an important hit there for Jay. If Kevin hits this, he's still up a pin. Go. 82-81. Both bowlers still fighting for their lives out here. For John, rips through the middle for 3. Jimmy gonna have to string together some strikes here to get into this game. I don't think that's gonna get there. Good try from Jimmy. John will get 8. Jimmy 10 out there. Puts Jimmy down 40 pins with 2 frames to go. Not exactly what I'd call comfortable. A tight game here. Jay gonna fire off first. Up a pin. Good pitch. All right, breaks up the split, leaves a single. And ball tilts away from him. Get himself something to fire at. They missed that single. Uh-oh. Okay. Ooh. I was dangerous to missing that entirely. But that's a big shot there for Kevin. So that puts Kevin down 5 pins, but up a hit. Opportunity to take this game. Hey Chris, good to see you in chat. I'm glad you're enjoying the Duckpin stream today. We have one more game in the divisional round after this before we get to the brackets. But you're watching a lot of the best bowlers, well, pretty much all the best bowlers that Duckpin bowling has to offer. Ah, Jimmy blew through the middle. Down off the side. Makeable though. Ooh, good shot, Jimmy. Make it? Ah, gutter murdered that pin. It might have bounced forward and taken it. So he gotten out of that gutter. Unfortunately, I believe he's mathematically eliminated at this point. That'll do it. So Jimmy gonna hold on to his bagel going into the last game, trying to hunt for a breadstick. John will go to 2-2. Jimmy stays at 0-4. Okay, good pitch. I can point out, Bernie has made 5, 6, 7 single pins in his game. All right, big ball from Kevin. Leaves a single to shoot at Jay. Oh, Jay missed that. That is not a good sign when Kevin's sitting here staring down a single. Scott, good to see you in chat. Ah, Chris, you're one of the Canadian 5-pinners. We pretty regularly have Canadians come down for our stops. My understanding is a lot of them are looking to come down for the White Oak stop in the DC Silver Spring area. I also recommend it coming down for the Southside stop just because it's a greater prize pool. We have additional money in that prize pool. Even though Southside, not the most fun house to bowl in my opinion. But coming down for White Oak, that'll be good to see a handful of Canadians come and bowl. More opportunity for them to take our money. I think we only had one come to this stop. And unfortunately, he did not make the cut. All right, Kevin, big single pin hit. That puts him up 6 pins and up a hit. Jay's going to have his work cut out for him to take this game. I did not math right. But what did I put wrong? Oh, Jay got one. No. Good ball for John. never did do a standings readout. I guess since the game's almost over, there's no point in that, really. They are a good bit behind, so let's see if I can hunt it down. All right, John on that single. Jimmy with a fancy shot does not make it. The mid-sized triangle, as I like to call it. All right, in the divisions, Division A, you have 4 2-1s. Greg Schaefer, Matt Buckingham, Kristen Kochewski, and Nick Lloyd. Pinfall-wise, they're all relatively close. Greg's a little bit ahead.
Dave, don't worry about it.
All right, Jimmy finishes 8 out with 107. John's going to fire off here for count. Gets a 6. 164 goes to 2-2. Division B, Colby D'Antonis, 3-0 with 551. Absolute crusher score.
Yeah, no.
John Green and Brandon Dominique at 2-1. Jay off the side. If he misses that, it will likely end his game. End his day. Kevin, a good count here, would do that as well.
Damn, that's a hell of a game.
That'll probably do it. 9 gets him to 34 there. Jay makes that. He caps out at 30. Division C, Ty Turcotte, James Simons, 3-0. Ty with 511 pinfall. Significant pinfall advantage over James. I believe they bowled each other as well. That game is already over, so I don't know who won that matchup. Nine count for Jay, gets him to 29, stays alive in the 128 pool. Division D, which you are watching right now. Be a 9 out for Kevin. He'll go to 2-2, 133. Division D, Bernie Hipkins, 3-0. Sean Lustecki, 2-1. Everyone else is 1-2. But as we saw, these games just ended, so a few bowlers have been knocked out now. All right, guys. I'm going to go and switch over to Duckpin Trivia quickly and then go on break so I can order up some food. So I'm going to get Duckpin Trivia up here. There we go. So your question for today. Get this open, make sure this is set right. There we go. Name the top three bowlers with the most stars and have a star from Highland Bowl. So I'll say it again. Most stars on the Pro Tour and have a win at Highland. Give me the top three. All right, I'm going to go on break. I'm going to grab some food. We'll be right back.
Switches the screens. Knocks everything off. Yeah. And then Matt's probably gonna make it, so I'm gonna have to watch. You guys are off, right? Jimmy, Kevin? Jimmy and Kevin? Yeah. If my name was John D, it would have fallen.
It is a neat trick, isn't it?
It is a neat trick. I'm trying. Not for lack of effort. Not for me. Mine's for lack of effort.
All right, folks, I'm back. I am just catching up. Phil is bowling. He's bowling against Jimmy. Our other matchup is Andrew Buckingham. I believe all of these bowlers are unfortunate. Well, Kevin, I think, is still alive. We know Jimmy is 0-4. I believe Andrew is 1-3. Kevin is 2-2. It's 2 N's, not 2 I's. Oop, too much. There we go. We'll check and see what Phil's record is. Okay. All right, we're good. All right, so Phil is still playing, I think, at 2-2. Unfortunately, I think he's had a couple games where the lanes kind of ate him up, so I believe he has a low pinfall. They're pretty far back on the left side. They've had a couple lane breakdowns. I believe they've shifted over to bowl on 1 and 2 over there. So they're about a half game behind us. I gotta catch them on score sheet now. Jimmy 10 fair, 8 Phil fair, 6 10. Andrew 8 spare. Kevin, 8 spare. No, 9 spare. Glad I triple checked that. Andrew, spare. 7 spare.
Neither of us will light them up yet.
I've been doing this all day.
So, pen out. Jimmy, pen out. And we are all caught up on this game. Ooh, Andrew. That's a pretty good ball, Andrew. So they probably will not post the standings till they're done those 2 games on the left side. So I'll give you an update on standings once they're done over there. I could probably ask the guys here, and they know what the case looks like in these 2 divisions. Oh, that was good. I gave it a replay. Ah. The break that shall not be spoken. The 5 box waiting to happen.
Yeah, good first ball, Kev. Way to be up there.
What about that? Oh, Walt, and he did cleanly rip through the middle too. Richard, what happened to Steve Dreyer this year? Steve's a pretty busy guy. He doesn't always make it to every stop. I was actually kind of surprised he didn't come up for this one. He normally tries to make as many as he can, but he's busy sometimes. Didn't come up for this stop. I wouldn't be surprised to see him next month at Southside. Nah, Phil through the middle. The bane of his existence today. I see a lot of great guesses in chat. I'm really happy about this. I'll probably type up in chat the question so folks can shoot their shot. Ooh, that's ugly. Alright, Kevin's needing to win this game, I believe, to have a chance of getting through. I think his pinfall's probably okay-ish. Probably not great. It was a pretty tight grouping last I saw of all those 1 and 3s. Andrew's shooting at the split, pulling out the house balls this game.
Try one more.
That's a little out in the weeds there, Kevin. He knows the waltz that ball a little bit. Jimmy to extend his lead with this ball. Looks good. Flip. Ah. That pin looked like it had some flip potential. Take the 9. And Phil makes a single, as does Jimmy.
Saved my best game.
Andrew after the split, hey, gets another strike.
Jimmy, do that. You got youth on your side.
Oh, Kevin. Well, that's not too bad. Might even keep one more out of it. That could have been a lot worse. Ah, got it. That was an important hit for Kevin.
House bowler.
Down 26 and needing a win here. Good pitch, Jimmy. It's 9. Fair for Jimmy. Richard asked about how we determine who gets through. So the first tiebreaker is wins. So the person with the most wins gets through, and then it goes for the Pro Tour. Then it goes to pinfall. So highest pinfall. If there is a tie on pinfall, I believe they do a 2-frame roll off. It's not like the Pop Witten where the second tiebreaker is head to head. So usually what ends up happening is your winner is either 5-0 or 4-1, and they take the division, and then it's a bunch of 3-2s fighting it out for the next slot. Sometimes you only end up with 1 3-2, but usually you have multiple 3-2s fighting out for the second slot. And the rare occasion where you have where you have 4-1s in both the first and second slot.
Oh, see, he's bowling on your pair, so he gets lucky.
9 times out of 10, 4-1 gets you through. The rest of the time, you have to get 3-2 with a ton of pinfall. All right, Kevin, that was a bad time for that. All right, I believe they have finished over there on 1 and 2. So I will keep an update out for the updated standings here. I thought I saw it. It definitely popped up on me. What are we doing? I totally saw it. I know it was there. I definitely saw game 4. Aha! Perfect timing. 9 out there for Kevin. All right, let's see here. Division A, Matt Buckingham, 3-1. He's the only 3-1, and you have 4 2-2s. Looking at pinfall here, I'd say Greg and Matt are pretty much in a good position to get through with 3 wins based off pinfall, unless they have a disaster game. Division B, Colby DeAntonis, 3-1. Brandon Dominique, 3-1. Colby with a significant pinfall advantage. It would be hard to see Colby not get in, considering his pinfall. At 2-2, you have John Green and Bill Fox. John Green with a significant pinfall advantage over Bill Fox and relatively close to Brandon. So it will likely be between those two who gets the last spot. Division C, Ty Turcotte, 4-0, 664. Cleans his way in. Yeah, he's actually locked in. James Simon, 3-1. James does, unfortunately, though, have a pretty low pinfall. Significantly behind John if John wins his. Actually, they're bowling each other right now. The winner, that should be, yeah, that's a winning in game right there. Phil Caparella, unfortunately, way too far behind on pinfall, I believe. Could theoretically get in if he wins and James loses. Nah, he's not going to get in. Unfortunately, I think Phil's mathematics basically out, and it's between James and John. Division D, Bernie Hipkins, lock it in. Sean Lozecki and Kevin Quinn, the last two bowlers alive. Unfortunately, Kevin's about 90 pins behind, so I would say that division's basically done. Bernie and Sean are likely to get through. All right, now I can catch up on scores now that I've done that, and I might reanalyze them in a second. Let me go back and look at some other divisions, see if I can figure out if there were any other locks. I don't think there's any other locks. Colby is a practical lock. Yeah, that looks about it. All right, Jimmy firing away. Try to keep an eye out on that James Simon, John Dean and Tony match. It looks like John is up about 11 pins after 7. Oh, Jimmy. Ah, just missed it. Good try. Oh, James, unfortunately, heavy through the middle. Split out. Can't tell if it's 2 on each side or just 1 and 2.
Hang in there.
The ball, Andrew. Might sneak one. John just made a single while James left the split. I don't think James got any pins out of it. So that'll put John up 20 pins and a hit. Andrew makes his spare there, as did Kevin. No, Kevin struck and I wasn't paying attention. That's my bad. The highest Duckpin score, it's 279. Jimmy, good ball. Straight.
Like ripping the middle of a 10. There you go, Jimmy. That's how you gotta do it.
Jimmy fighting for that breadstick. Jim, I don't know what it is for the women, but 266 feels about right. I could look that up. Women's individual single game world record 265. Carol Giddings at Fairlane's Timonium back in '73. So that record's 55 years old. Or 52 years old. Oh. I don't think we're gonna get there. Yeah, Jim, but you were over, so you get no credit for it. Sorry. All right, in our other matchup on the right side of importance, James Simon, John D'Antoni. John left a split, sitting on 137 in the ninth. James made a single, 110 and plus in the ninth. So James gonna have to have a pretty big 10th frame to beat John, and that will likely put John through into the bracket if the score holds. Jimmy for the double, please. That's a lot of pins in that gutter. With that 8, and Jimmy's 9 here. See if he can get this pin. Gets it. Mark, that is a very interesting fact. I did not know that. For those who can't see the chat, when Carroll broke that record, the men's high at the time was only 257. All right, Jimmy 9 out, finds that breadstick with a 147 game. Nine out for Phil, puts him at 128, stays alive in the 128 pool this game. Unfortunately, he goes to 2 and 3 and will not be advancing over the winner of John and James. Yeah, so John and James officially just became a win and in. It was pretty much already a win and in. It was very unlikely Phil was going to make up the pinfall. And it was not for lack of effort. Phil was throwing a good ball all day, but man, there were so many splits for him on these pairs. Right, James is firing away only 15 right now on a spare Phil. Needs every pin here. Leaks it off the side. Does get 8. 8's actually a pretty important number there. But that puts him at 126. John fires off. I think that's a split. Nope, that's a 2-pinner. That puts him at 45. So James has to make this now. He does make it. So he's still living. But John now only needs, I read 4 wrong. So he has 28 plus now. John makes the spare, so that will put an end to James's day. And so from Division C, John D'Antonis and Ty Turcotte will be advancing into the bracket. I can catch up on scores here. In the bottom, I believe Bernie is putting a beat down on Sean right now. But that'll put Bernie at 5-0. Probably your top seed, because I don't think there were any other 5-0s in the standings, if I recall correctly. I'm not good at these things all the time. Kevin's final pitch of the day. He's begging for it, really wants it. Goes 9 out, gives him a respectable 138 game. Unfortunately, he will lose to Andrew Buckingham's 149 and go. They will both finish the day at 2-3. All right, let me go back and double check Division B standings, make sure I've got how this worked out right. Yeah, Kevin did not win that game, so that will put both Sean and Bernie in, and Bernie will be the higher seed. So those are your 4 bowlers in on this side of the bowling alley. They're still finishing up there on the next 2 on the right. So I'm going to go ahead and give you all the answer to Duckpin Trivia. Yes, so a reminder, the question. Name the top 3 bowlers with the most stars and a win at Highland Bowl. Now, I saw all the names in chat, but I believe I only saw one person correctly put all 3 together. Let me go back and scroll up to them while I turn away the answer. And the answer is Don Dove, Jeff Piles, and Steve Dreyer. So, Tommy G, you got the answer correct as your final answer. So most people were able to figure out Don Dove and Jeff Piles, but I had a lot of Walt Brooks in there. Steve Dreyer has 1 more star than Walt. So again, the correct answer is Don Dove, Jeff Piles, and Steve Dreyer. Close, everybody. Yep, don't forget, Steve got that last Pro Tour win back at Southside last year to put him ahead of Walt. All right, folks. We're going to go on an ad break probably for a good chunk here. They've still got about 4 or 5 frames left on the left side of the house. But as I said before, the bowlers advancing on the right side of the house here, which we were covering, is Ty Turcotte, John DeAntonis, Bernie Hipkins, and Sean Lozecki.
It was bad.
So we'll be back probably in about a half hour, I'd say, to finish up those games and get the bracket all sorted out. So we'll be back. Hang in there, guys.
All right, everybody. The familiar voice back on the mic after my dismal showing in games 4 and 5 of match play, but always grateful for the opportunity to bowl on a Sunday, but now back to my usual position behind this desk. 2 name drops to start our bracket action this afternoon. 2 guys that you are well familiar with on Duckpins Forever, both going for the star. It's Colby D'Antonis, Matt Buckingham. Matt, the elder statesman of this match, I believe about 30 years old, give or take. He might be in his upper 20s. I think he's 30. But he is not the spring chicken in this match, when normally in Duckpin 30 would put him on the younger end. Our other matches that you'll not see on camera this game, we have Sean Latetska and Bernie Hipkins on lanes 3 and 4. We're covering lanes 7 and 8, as you can see. Lanes 11 and 12, hometown namesake Ty Turcott going against John D'Antonis. Both D'Antonis still alive and on opposite sides of the bracket.
From that match, same with the first one. That
Yep.
was literally fantastic.
And on 15-16, we do have Brandon Dominique against Greg Schriefer.
So what, only one more? 2 more?
2 Northerners and 1 hometown guy. Ty has a chance to write a pretty cool article winning his first star in his home house. That'd be pretty neat. And I promise you, if you see him make it to the championship match, there will be a small army back here in the concourse cheering him on. Lanes are reset and the pin decks are turned to white, which means we are ready to get started. Colby D'Antonis, your higher seed, has chosen to start the match. In fact, was Matt the higher seed?
You guys can begin.
I think Colby was higher seed, and Dave Wander says let's play, and Colby firing off on lane 7, leaving the 6-10. $2,300 on the line for first. I believe he did. Brandon went backdoor twice in the 10th frame of his 5th game of match play to fire 217, which got him to a total well over 800. And I'm sure that pinfall affected his seeding as well. He ends up as one of the higher seeds against. We won't be bowling on that today, will we? Well, sorry. We'll normally that was finals pair, but we'll go somewhere else. You got 9 other. Right. Yep. Colby starts the match with 10. Matt Buckingham firing, crossing over on that 1-2 pocket. He leaves the triangle. Only 3 bills, but it smells like winning.
That and the baby split are like the 2 worst shots.
Nice little donation to my wallet for my efforts today. Matt Buckingham, unsuccessful on the triangle, does pick up 10, and it's just my favorite thing in the whole world. We're tied.
I actually do like it. I just don't mind the
10-10. Matt, as he always does on Duckpins Forever, in singles pace match play, between frames goes to his score sheet, goes to the drink, has a sip, and then starts the pre-shot routine on the left lane. Matt will never break that procedure until the end of the day. That could be whether he throws a 10 box, whether he throws a strike, it doesn't matter. Second frame for Matt, lane number 7. We'll call that a good break. Very tight hit on the 1-3 pocket. Had a pocket 7-9 staring him down for a second. Kicks the 7 out, just leaves a single 9. Matt sets himself, holds that ball pretty high up in the starting position, and lays it down early and no trouble recovering the 9. Colby, second frame to cover, and he does. Gets the 5 to go. We'll take another look at that one. Your picture-in-picture replay. Colby coming in right to left on the 1-3 and the 5-8 last to fall. I believe this is a battle of the Comets. Colby throwing black and yellow Comets. Matt, some version of Comets as well. He also has arrows on the rack, and Colby trips the 4-pin from behind. Says thank you very much, and we've got a double second and third for Colby D'Antonis. After the missed 2-pinner in the first frame, he's coming back nicely. See how Matt responds. Matt was open in the first, spared a 9-pin in the second frame. 1-2 pocket, crossing over light, and it's not going to get that 10-pin to mix out. Leaves a 5-9-10, which could be considered a bad break, but is kind of a deserved break on that shot. Going for it. Plays it heavy. Pin came off the cushion, almost took the 10-pin out. That will be open in the third and down 2 hits. Wood ball for Matt. Takes just the 9-pin, 7 on and 9 out. Will give him 36 in the third, down 4 pins and 2 counts. I will say overall, I don't know what we saw on the upper end today on Duckpins Forever because I was bowling on the low end, but scoring pace pretty decent today with some big scores being put up. You can hear Ty Turcotte dropping a strike off to our right.
There were a handful of big scores. Ty one of them putting up a really good set.
Yep. Yeah, he's I watched him bowl. He was next to me during qualifying. He flat out earned it. Threw the ball very well. Matt off the side. First ball, a little errant. Hasn't really pured the pocket, except that shot in the second frame. He's gone off the side twice and had that light crossover in the third. This is the 1-3-4-7-9, and this has been a tough shot in this house this week.
Not gone.
That's been a very tough shot. I can tell you personally, I left it a handful of times. I shot over.
You can get the 3 pretty easily. The 2 is impossible.
Well, for me it was the I could hit if I hit the 1-3 side, I was getting the 4 but not the 7. If I was shooting the whole side, I would get 4. Oh wow, I'd get 4 no problem. I wouldn't carry the 9 in the back.
It didn't matter how I threw it. I took out the 3 and I only get 1 of the 2.
Yep. Richard suggesting Matt may have some nervous jitters here. Totally possible. He is human, but he's been here many times. I just think it's one of those. Or Colby's going to get a great break here. He's going to get a phenomenal break. Carries 8, leaves just the 6-10. Was staring down a 5 or 6 count middle rip, but I think that's one of those things that Matt just might naturally press a slight bit after Colby steps up and drops a double second and third. It's almost human nature. You got to try to override that. Colby up the 2-pinner, and he's got it. Colby with a gift of an 8 spare. Throws a good second ball to cover. Up 24 pins and a hit. Colby now switching to lane 7 for the count ball. Crossing over and leaves it 10. That's a common shot to see a corner pin on. In general, plenty of pin action in this house, but corners can be stubborn. You do see a lot of rocket 9 corner pins. Not that was a rocket, but that was a good mixing ball for a 9. Colby should. Ooh, no. Wow. Colby announcing the fact that he was unsuccessful on the 10 pin. Normally, you don't see Colby miss those, especially by that much. I mean, he missed that by about 6 inches, which to him is nowhere even close. So Colby collects 10. He's got a solid 87 first half. We'll see if Matt can try to claw back some pins here. Colby gives him an opening. Matt in the 5th frame, crossing over again, and that's just 2.
It's very easy to pull the ball in this house. If you have any rotation on the ball hits the lane, it'll run on you instantly.
And it's one of those things that you're going to play the ball tighter to the head pin in general because there's not a lot of friction on the back end. So,
He worked here, guys.
Duckpins forever reminding you, please don't shake the game. Not the first time that's happened on TV. Won't be the last. 4-5-7 from Matt Buckingham. On the wood ball, gets none of them.
That's tough.
Halfway point in the match. Want to remind you that this weekend's coverage of the Duckpin Pro Tour and Duckpins Forever is brought to you by the Finnish Long Drink. When we're on break, you can take a break with us and take a break with the long drink. Remember, Dave, it's ready-made and it's in a can. If it's ready to drink, it's ready to enjoy.
Why can't the PBA do ad breaks like that?
As a famous artist once said, they not like us. Matt Buckingham, got to get something going in a hurry, and he does. Picture perfect shot in the 1-3 pocket. That's how you draw it up. There was nothing last to fall. They were all gone in a hurry. Other match off to our right with the other D'Antonis. John D'Antonis just pushing through the head pin. That'll probably be his first open frame after 6 marks to start the game as Colby leaves the 10. Colby at the single 10. Cover Matt's strike, and he takes care of it, no problem. Score after 6 is Colby 97, Matt 61. Both bowlers on hits.
Yeah, a little better on that single pin this time.
Yeah, a little more under control. I think Colby may have kind of popped up out of a shot, spare shot that last time. I think he changed balls actually there for the 10 pin, threw a soft roll at it instead of his smaller ebonite that he has. He stayed down, made a good shot. Here's the fill. Whew. Solid 10.
Gets a 3rd try at that pin.
Okay. When he missed this 10 pin in the 5th frame, that was on this left lane. Looks like he's waiting for the spare ball to come back. That might be a short pause here while he waits for that ball to come back. I don't blame him. This is one of those things that it's tough to not let it disrupt your rhythm. You try to get into a rhythm and get in control. I'll run through our other matches real quick while Colby's waiting on his ball. Down on lanes 3 and 4 at the halfway point. Ernie Hipkins ahead of Sean Letetska, 68-49 plus on lanes 11 and 12. 8th frame in progress for Ty Turcotte, but through 8 through 7, he is trailing 115-94. Down on lanes 15-16, it is Greg Schriefer comfortably in the lead over Brandon Dominique, 123 plus to 96.
Burnt got his ball back.
Yep. I think I plugged time long enough.
Yep.
There we go. Colby going to throw that soft roll. For the spare shot, he pulls it again. Having to wait might not have worked in his favor there.
Well, on the plus side, he does have, what is that, 45 pin advantage?
He does, but I know Matt Buckingham is going to step up here in the 7th frame with only one thing in mind, which is sell out for the strike ball, because
That's all he can do now.
he's got to catch a double at some point here to get back into this match, and this is the prime chance to do it. You're opposite an open frame. Colby is all wood. This game, he's missed a 2-pinner and 2 single pins. For the double, no. Another crossing over hit. Doesn't seem to be mixing very well this game. Leaves the 5-10. The ball where Matt got the 9 spare and the ball he struck were in the 1-3 pocket. Everything else has been left, and every time it's going left to the head pin, he's been open in this game. He almost made that off the cushion. I'll remind you that Colby and John D'Antonis on opposite sides of the bracket. So the all Colby D'Antonis, John D'Antonis final, that is still a possibility. We're no stranger to it on Duckpin forever. It's happened in the past. Here's Matt's 8th frame. He trails by 36. Going to have to go some version of off the sheet. Finds that 1-3 pocket. Solid 4 rolling over. Oh, not enough juice on the 4-pin. By Turcotte there, throwing a strike in his 9th frame.
Oh, he needed that strike.
He needed it, but he actually needs 2 more. There's 2 more to force him up. 1 more in 9 spare, he shoots 151. John D'Antonis would just need a 9 box. Matt converting the 4-pin there, so he paints the box in the 8th. We'll see if Colby can play defense. And he does very nicely. Carries the 5-pin from the right. He slightly obstructs your view of it at home.
Double it up. Oh, my. Wow.
Tried to throw a really good ball there.
Yeah, but unfortunately we only got 8 there.
Flat hit, and that's mathematically
Yeah,
shut him out. And the pick is Salt in the winning. That is going to be the end of ties afternoon. Colby.
Other matches, Greg cleanly going to take his game over Brandon. Can't see down on the far left. You have better vision than I do. Oh, Colby.
Run that by me again.
Watch your shot.
5, 9, 10 on the push, on the chop shot.
Yeah, you see it score on the far left side?
That is advantage. It's advantage to Bernie Hipkins, although it is a close game. Sean Leteska firing in the 8th now. If he spares, it's an 8-pin match with even hits. 2 to go.
Sean, the last Northerner alive.
We'll use them all I can. Matt, all right. Tries to tread water here, keep himself alive. He can punch out for 160, but really that only puts Colby on a count ball. So basically going completely off the sheet perfect is the only chance he has. All right, this is do or die for Matt. Has to go completely off the sheet. See if he can catch a double. Crossing over again, and once again, it does not work for him, and that is it. Colby D'Antonis moving on into the semifinals. He faces the winner of Bernie Hipkins, Sean Letetska, and John D'Antonis moving on to face Greg Schrieffer. Greg Schrieffer defeating Brandon Dominique 170 to 123, and John D'Antonis over Ty Turcotte 152 130.
We'll have the John and Greg match next.
The John and
Greg.
Yep.
We'll have that match next.
That sliding by finishes out with 128. Colby running up the score. Gets that 7 pin to carry there.
Getting some more practice balls on this pair.
Walks.
I don't think he'll need them.
No. I don't think he's on this pair again.
Exactly.
I'm assuming 9-10's championship match.
I forgot where we tried to put it. He had to do some movement because of 5 and 6.
Right. So they haven't hit that pair all day. No one pulled on that pair all day.
I told him as long as it wasn't on 11 and 12, that was fine.
Right.
I don't want 11 and 12 because I had to redo the camera.
Right.
You gotta want it, Colby.
Lack of effort. Colby will finish with a nice 175, and he advances to face the winner of Bernie Hipkins and Sean Letetska. That game is not over yet. Through 9, Bernie Hipkins 122, Sean Letetska 107 plus. Bernie Hipkins has just fired in the top of the 10th and put up a strike. You can actually see the pin action there on the left side of your screen on lane 4. The most Sean can shoot without a mark is 125. So Bernie has already put him on a mark, and with that double, he may put him on another strike. In fact, he already has. Bernie can max out at 152. So if Bernie gets 6 or more on this ball, 6 is 148. Yep. If Bernie 7, actually, it's fine too. 7. 5, excuse me. If Bernie gets 5 or more on this ball, he forces Sean Letetska to strike twice in the 10th. Sean already does have a strike up in the 9th, but will need to strike twice again in the 10th. Sean cannot be shut out. Bernie nearly striking out there. Finishes with 151. Sean Letetska must strike twice, and he gets 5.
Yeah. Sean needs double and 5.
All right, left side of your screen. Sean firing on lane 4. Must strike twice. Here he goes for the first ball. And a deuce will do it. Bernie Hipkins, Colby D'Antonis, John D'Antonis, and Greg Schrieffer, your final 4.
You know what you have to do for me now, Nick?
Tap dance.
Tap dance.
Da, 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 da. What I actually need to do, put on my long drink hat. Look how smoothly that went on. That was nice. Let me do that again. Bam. Long drink. It's ready to drink. It's ready to enjoy. By the way, we're not making it up, and we do encourage drinking responsibly here on Duckpins Forever Always. But gotta say, they're straight up good. I would drink them. I would enjoy watching football, watching bowling, baseball game, hanging out, little campfire on the back porch or backyard. Don't light a fire on the porch. Sorry. They're good. They're flavorful. They're low calorie. They go down smooth. No aftertaste. 0 sugar. Well, I'm tap dancing with them right now. So, yeah, check out a long drink.
Bernie defeats Sean 151 to 136. Colby D'Antonis beats Matt Buckingham 175.
David is moving our camera around.
Bernie will now bowl Colby on lanes 11 and 12. Greg Schrieffer defeats Brandon Dominique 170 to 123.
I don't know if you all can hear it. They're announcing the results right now of the first round. What I can do while David's moving the camera Excuse me for looking away from you all.
John will elbow Greg on lane 17 and 18.
As we can wipe our scoreboard clean. And we get questions about the scoreboard sometimes. This is something David custom made himself. We use Google Sheets for it. He wrote the Excel code for it, and it does all the arithmetic for us. We just put in what the bowler knocked down. Strikes go in the first box, spares in second box, wood in the third. Spare counts first box, strike count second box, wood in the third, and 10th frame has its own code. But it's pretty neat. And it was about a year ago when we were at Johnson's, we added the black bordering, or maybe a little over a year. We added the black bordering to kind of give it a little more definition, and we love it. It's pretty enough. Looks good enough to me. Maybe one day we were talking about running it through some kind of emulator of sorts or whatever to make it look prettier. That if we press X, it would show as a filled-in square on the TV. But have I tap danced long enough?
Yes.
All right, tap dance long enough. We talked about the scoreboard. We talked about long drink, and we're now all the way down far right, lane 17 and 18. First time we've covered that pair this weekend, but there have been some big scores put up on lanes 15 through 18 this weekend. Walt Brooks had a 200 game in qualifying. The last game was a 205 on 17 and 18. John D'Antonis did throw a big game to make the cut on this pair as well. He made it in by 1 pin. And just next door on 15-16, John Green did have an all-mark 237, which, by the way, would have been a 9-pin no-tap perfect game. Every first ball was 9 or 10 when he shot that 237, and he made every break.
All right, they're ready to fire on. I gotta get my mic back in.
Yeah, they can't hear you, Dave. David is miking back up. Semifinal round, game 31 of 32 for the weekend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Greg Schriefer, John D'Antonis, 2 Pro League bowlers. Greg looking for his first DPBA star. John D'Antonis looking for his third. He did win his second on Duckpin Forever in rather famous fashion. By the way, I'll just point out to you, Dave, that the possibility of a John D'Antonis Bernie Hipkins rematch is there. The last time that happened on Duckpins Forever, it was the most watched single match in the history of Duckpins Forever. We still haven't beat that number. Greg Schriefer blowing by the 7-8 start. I was so focused on John Colby as a final that I forgot that's even a possibility too.
And then there's Greg here to ruin all of that planning.
Greg is clearly more than capable because he's in the semifinals, but Greg's going to start out with an 8-box. Greg is a guy that can really get dialed in and string marks in rapid succession. He'll run on 4 or 5 strikes in a row.
Yeah, he's just come back in the bowling really like the last year.
Earlier on in match play, he started a game strike spare 4-bagger. And then unfortunately ran into some opens to finish around 190. John D'Antonis getting the 5 off the wall to get us started in the semifinals. So Colby D'Antonis in the other match has no stars on the DPBA tour, but he does have 2 on the Pop Witten. Bernie Hipkins between the 2 Pro Tours is a 21-time champion. That's it. That's all he's got. Only 21. The record, of course, between the both Pro Tours is 30, held by Don Duck. Bernie recently eclipsed 20.
And leaves the mixed league single on the first ball of the game.
Of course he does. John D'Antonis for the coveted opening double.
Heavy.
John strolls into your picture a little bit, punches out 6. And there's mixed opinions here on how to shoot this at Highland Bowl. You got the squeeze play, obviously, off the wall. You got the slide shot. Squeezes can also include a flyback here. So something like that. Just attack that 2-pin real hard. Can hit it thin, can hit it strong. You have a lot of options to make that shot here, and that's one of those things that can kind of boost your confidence a bit when you're shooting down a tough shot like that.
By the way, tell us in chat, who do you think's going to win these last 3 matches that we've got today?
Count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 1
Yeah. You got 4 bowlers to choose from. Colby D'Antonis, Bernie Hipkins, Greg Schrafer, John D'Antonis. Comment in the chat, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, wherever you're at. Comment who you think is going to win or who you want to win. Greg getting the 5 off the wall in dramatic fashion. That 5-pin got hit
Through the
straight
neck.
in the face. Just aerial assault on the 5-pin. Greg Schrefer, by the way, 4 7/8 Brunswick Mineralites.
Mineralites.
He
That's a rare
He
ball.
throws from the Crown Imperial line. He throws Mineralites.
Rare.
They are
Exciting.
old bowling balls, but he said he's had them for forever. And to be honest with you, Greg, I can't argue with his effectiveness.
Probably older than that.
Huh?
They're probably older than that.
Older than what?
Forever.
Yeah. Remember that video, that one episode of the Flintstones where they bowled? It was probably this ball. Greg Schrefer for the double.
Bounced.
That was a ball change there. I'm not sure actually what that first ball is. That was not a Mineralite. Forgive me, but he does have Mineralites on the rack. Yeah, I guess he's throwing them as a spare ball right now. See what he has in his hand here. It's blue and white. Look out. Greg plays a safety pitch. Yes. Yeah. Goes off the side, 9 counts. All right. Greg goes 9 on, 10 out, and is trailing by 2 pins. We're still very early in the match. John coming off a 6-count middle rip last frame. I mean, why hit the head pin if you just rip the middle? Goes off the side to leave a pocket. Leaves the 1-2. John D'Antonis combined 14-time Pro Duckpin champion, 2 on this tour and a dozen on the Pop Whitten. That was way off the mark. Saying he might have hit a hop there and that ball kicked right on him. I'm assuming that's what happened because John doesn't typically miss the 1-2 by that much.
He usually picks it.
And he almost did. That would have been impressive. Dude.
I'm good at this game.
I was good at calling those Kyle Shaw frames last night. 11-12. I mean, check 7 and 8 too. There might be something down there. Don't call down a reset on 5.
I'm going to call bowling today.
All right, John D'Antonis, 2-pin lead, 39-37, 4th frame. Smasher. Oh, we get the Gator Chomp. We hadn't seen the Gator Chomp on television yet.
Oh, it's been on today.
It had been?
It had been.
Oh,
We had some gator chops.
good.
He had a couple quality backdoor strikes for doubles.
As you do. Yeah,
Yeah, if you were over here.
I wasn't lucky enough to watch the Chomps. Greg going for the cover. 10-pin in the belt, and I don't think that pin's going to flip. So Greg will leave the 10. Greg just holding on to that right side of the 10, makes the spare. 2-pin match with 6 frames to go. John leads 49-47. We're waiting for a ball to return on lanes 11 and 12, but in that game, through 3 frames, it is Colby D'Antonis 50-plus working on a strike and Bernie Hipkins 47. Greg Schriefer, a spare fill through the middle.
T-Dog, that's not a good question to ask.
Oh, wow. That's funny, though. David Gagnon asking, where is this state town? It's Cheshire, Connecticut, at the Highland Bowl. By the way, a little fun fact for you, as Greg waits for the Deadwood cycle for his no Deadwood. Those masking units down there at the end, if you look very, very, very closely in the right light, you can see where they covered up the words Longmeadow Bowl. Fun fact. So these were former masking units from Longmeadow Bowl, Hagerstown. John D'Antonis going for the double, can really put the foot on the gas. And he's got it.
That's your shirt, by the way.
Hey, don't hold that too close to your face. I wore that. That might stink. Well, to wear it for the next broadcast, which I don't have on right now, but I have the hat on. It's Sunday. I have to have my Sunday shirt on. I had to buy another copy of this shirt just to wear on TV. Close game between Colby and Bernie through 4 frames. It's Colby D'Antonis 64, Bernie Hipkins 57 plus. So Colby up 7, down a hit in the 4th frame. He's just put up a spare in the 5th, and Bernie will be firing on lane 12. John D'Antonis in a great spot here, up 9 pins and 2 counts. Can pour it on Greg with another strike here. Instead, he cuts 2 for the Taylor Swift count, the 22 box.
Too many of those in this game.
Too many. There's been it's been 4 strikes. There's also been a healthy amount of punch outs. See if John can make the spare recovery. Look out.
Oh, no.
And look how that changes all of a sudden. It looks like he's in firm control. Now he's got a 15-pin lead. He counts 2 on the double, 4 on the strike, and now he's staring down the worst 3rd ball in duckpin bowling. It's the 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10.
AKA the 5 box waiting to happen.
Over under 6.5. And he goes over with an impressive 9. There are ways to get 4. There's ways to get 5 and 6. Very common. Anything over 7, you've done well, and John ends up with 9 there. So I think Greg escapes that trip to the lanes a lot better than he was expecting to. Just trailing by, if you count the drop pin from John, trailing by 14. Put up a mark here, and it's a single-digit game with a good fill. Greg cuts a duck. It's Greg's second deuce of the game. 3 between the 2 bowlers.
No, worse. It was a double. It was a double. It wasn't just a mark. It was a double.
Not seen the deuce converted yet this game.
Uh-oh.
That's a fun shot. Greg takes out the 1-6-10 after shooting at the deuce. Took the 6-pin first, and then carried the head pin off the wall, which is kind of fun. Not terrible, though. That leaves you an okay 3rd ball. It leaves you a kind of a spare shot for ball 3, and he takes 10. So, bit of a roller coaster 6th frame there, David.
Yeah, that was adventurous, I'd say.
So we sit at a 14-pin deficit for Greg Schriefer. 4 frames to go. There is time to get this back, but the marks need to come consecutive, and the counts need to improve. Because you're not expecting John D'Antonis to really leave you many opens in the back half of this game, so you got to put the marks up yourself. Greg high and tight will leave the 2-4. That Walker is going to go into the gutter out in front. So 2-pinner for Greg. This could be a nice spare break to reset himself on. And the other semifinal, we've just finished the 6th frame, and Colby D'Antonis in the lead there 88-80 over Bernie Hipkins. Both bowlers coming off of open frames. So there are no hits there. Greg picks. How did that pick? Can you read
That ball had so much spin on. I
had
can't
so much
believe that
side
pick.
spin, and it looked like it was going left at the 2-pin. How does that pick? I am sure that ball went left off the 2-pin and still missed the 4.
I don't know how that picked.
Very unfortunate break there for Greg. That ball actually hit too hard. And throws away the 4-pin 9-box for Greg. A tough 79 with 2 marks through 7 frames. John D'Antonis can extend his lead with another mark. And he's got it. Swishes him out. John, all strikes this game, has not spared yet. The only spare in this game came from Greg Schriefer in the 4th. John's box score through 7. 3 open frames with a missed 2-pinner, a middle rip, and a deuce. He's got strikes in the 1st, 4th, 5th, and 7th. Bernie Hipkins has punched 3 out the middle, 3 consecutive frames now. John D'Antonis for the double. Trying to punch a ticket into the finals and leaves the 10. $20 here from John D'Antonis puts him up 25 pins, and he's got it. Spare for John D'Antonis. He seems very overjoyed.
Greg can put up some big numbers, but he's going to have to do so in these next 3 frames.
Do it now. This is not a bad break in the 8th and start in the 9th. You have to start right now this ball. Still gettable, but you got to go now. And there's another one off the side.
That makes that shot hard. Wow.
And that actually makes it worse. As far as that 6-pin going out, to me, makes it a worse shot.
Yeah, probably. I was mental mathing if I wanted to shoot it different without that pin, but
yeah, I think every time you see that 4-pinner left with the 6-pin, you never see just the 6 left.
Tries to send it around the world.
Yeah, that's tough because you have to rely on banging it off the walls, but that head pin kind of elevated there, which makes it next to impossible to convert that. Plus, the ball didn't deflect over to the 10. Bernie Hipkins trails by 9 through the 7th frame. Just put up a single pin spare in the 8th. As Colby steps up for his 8th and 9th. Greg, a 9-box there. It is now going to get a little tough. Math gets tough. Spare triple would be 138 for Greg Schriefer. That just puts John D'Antonis on counts. If John were to go 9 on 10 out in the 9th frame, that would be 133. It would be 143 in the 10th if they got a 10-box. So Greg pretty much has to sell out for the strike ball right here. Seven off the side.
Dang, wants to know what's the prize money and what's the cost of this tournament.
$140 entry fee. First place prize is $2,300
for this event. They had 85 I think sign up.
Yes.
Exactly.
Greg at the 3-pinner, and now he's going to start making spares. Colby D'Antonis, strike on spare, 8th and 9th is now 127 plus in the 9th, and that puts him in a really good spot. I say that because it means that he cannot be shut out no matter how Bernie finishes this game. John D'Antonis with the 10-pin there, almost seals it. Just needs a couple pins now. Bernie Hipkins leads 5-pin. If he spares the 5-pin, there's a 10-pin match on even hits going into the 10th with Colby D'Antonis in the lead. John D'Antonis spares there, so probabilities at the moment are looking like an all D'Antonis final. It's happened before. It might happen again. Bernie does spare in the 9th. He's going to have to really fill the 10th well. believe strike spare from Bernie Hipkins would force Colby to mark. Yes, it would. Strike spare. 9 spare strike from Bernie would put Colby. Colby could go 9 on 10 out. That would be a tie. John with the spare just needs to fill 6 pins, which means 3 on his first ball will shut out Greg Schriefer. Bernie leaves a 7-pin. Has to make it. Absolutely has to make it and fill 10. If he spares and fills 10, it forces Colby to mark to win. John D'Antonis, that's enough.
Ah, just with the
What did they
nose.
say? Must be a D'Antonis?
I was gonna say knock it over with the nose.
Well, that game is over, and we're gonna fast track to the end here. The story here is Bernie Hipkins is just spared. Oh, Dave Jones shot. That'd be something else.
We had a new thing. We had Dave Jones shots on 2 lanes.
Nice.
No, it's not nice.
All right, Bernie. How many? Bernie takes all 10. He finishes at 146. If Colby goes 9 on, if Colby goes 9 on 10 out, we have a tie at 146. Colby D'Antonis must mark to win. Here he goes on lane 12. High and tight. He leaves the 3-6. He has to hit at least 1 pin on the second ball. If he were to pick or miss the 2-pinner, he has to get 10 to tie the game. If he spares on this ball, he'll already have the lead and he'll win the game. He picks it, and ladies and gentlemen, it comes down to the final ball. Colby D'Antonis must convert the 6-pin for a 10 box to tie the game at 146. How small does that 6-pin look right now? Colby in the face. We have a tie game in the semifinals. David is going to sprint over there and get you the camera angle. He's going to. Oh, Greg's got it. Attaboy, Greg. Attaboy. Yeah, that's good there. There we go. Let's roll. Let's roll. Attaboy, Greg. Greg is sprinting with a couple $1,000s of camera equipment. Thankfully, he didn't break anything. 2-frame roll-off. It starts in the 9th frame. He's going to put it into all zeros in the first 8 frames. I like that. Yes, that's what he's doing. So he's going to fill it. Ty Turcotte is filling in the scoreboard with all zeros for the first 8 frames. And then we will have a 2-frame overtime. This is additional semifinal coverage. You never know what's going to happen on a Sunday. That's why I know no bad Sundays. This is the action coming down the end that you like to see. A tie between 2 of the best bowlers this decade at 146, and we get 2 frames to break the tie. It's a D'Antonis versus a Hipkins in overtime. We've had this before. Just it's a different D'Antonis. John has already punched his ticket. So this, I mean, look at this. We either have, at the end of this roll-off, we either have an all D'Antonis final or we have a rematch of the famous 2022 championship match at Mount Airy. Either way, we're going to have an exciting final match coming at you next. They're almost done filling in the scoreboard. And we are going to keep score on the far right of our scoreboard. If you look where that blue cursor is right now, where David's got it, we are keeping score in the 9th frame. Starting on the far right, Colby leads off the overtime on lane 11. 10 pin. No mix. Colby will have to shoot the spare. We are in overtime here in the semifinals. 10 frames, not enough between a D'Antonis and a Hipkins. Nothing new. Tied at 146, and Colby starts the overtime with a spare. It's a 9th and 10th frame, so if the bowlers were to throw a mark in the 10th, they roll it off as if it was a full game. This is effectively the 11th and 12th. The game starts over at 0-0, and it's now 2 frames to break the tie. Bernie Hipkins, lane 12. Way left of target. Right side bread line with the 9-pin in back. And it kind of takes away one of your options. Normally with the bread line, you can shoot it either side, the 1-3 side or outside. The 9-pin makes it tougher to shoot outside. So Bernie will be playing the 1-3 pocket here. Spare and we stay even. He's got it just barely. Take a look at the instant replay. Bernie just shaving the head pin over. Barely made it to the gutter. And we are tied after 11 frames headed to the 12th. Bernie Hipkins, 12th frame, left lane. Wants as full of a count as possible. Here we go. High and tight, 8 count. It is a spare break. He leaves the 6-10. I am out of my seat because I'm just too excited to sit. That's just how that goes. Plus, I need a better bird's eye view of the pin since we're slightly offset here. Bernie at the 6-10. He most definitely wants both of them, and he's got them on the outside. 28 and a count for Bernie Hipkins. Colby, there's still room here for him to beat this, but he is already put on a mark as long as Bernie gets any kind of pin count on this ball. The most Colby can shoot without a mark is 29, so 2 pins here from Bernie forces Colby to mark. Here's the fill. 9. Finishes with 37, and Colby D'Antonis is going to need a full 10th frame here. Anything less than 7 on the first ball and the game is over. Here we go. 12th frame, Colby D'Antonis. Pocket 7-10. Unbelievable. Colby would have to convert the 7-10 and strike to win. This is it. And that is it. Bernie Hipkins is going to win in overtime. Colby stopped only by a pocket 7-10 in the 12th. And we have a rematch of the 2022 Mount Airy Final, which itself ended in overtime. Bernie Hipkins victorious in the semifinal, 146 plus 37 to Colby's 146 plus 26.
All right, you know what it's time for you to do?
Tap dance. Let me sit back down. That's a bad angle of me. There we go.
Good angle of you?
No. All the Duckpins Forever faithful know that by now. There are no good angles. All right. David is going to move this camera around. We're going to get ready for a championship match. Maybe that's a preview of what we're going to see in the final. The last time we had a John D'Antonis Bernie Hipkins match in the championship, they tied at 161. John D'Antonis won the roll-off 38-28.
Where Johnny Antonis defeated Braintree for 161 to 111.
All right, David moving the camera around. They just announced the results of the semifinal. I'm gonna get the scoreboard set up here. Give me one moment. Exciting match there. Now, it's a 2-horse race. I need you to blow up those comments. Blow up those comments. Tell me, who do you think is going to win the star? Is John D'Antonis going to get his 3rd and 15th overall, or does Bernie Hipkins get number 22 of his career and 9th on the DPBA tour? We're about to find out. We are 10 frames away from the star. 31 games of coverage up to this point. It comes down to this. John D'Antonis, Bernie Hipkins, a classic.
Good, right?
And another chapter in that classic starting right now with John D'Antonis on the left lane. Lane 13. Solid 7-pin for John. John starts out with the spare in the face. Nice crowd gathering behind the championship pair. It's been
Good crowd watching too, over 200.
yeah, good crowd online, good crowd in person. It's been pretty great conditions and support from the crowd across this weekend. Been some good bowling to watch, and hopefully we get more of the same in the championship match. Bernie Hipkins, strike.
Feel the burn.
9 last to fall, solid 1-2 crossover hit. Bernie throwing the set of red and black comets that is probably worth as much as Jeff Bezos at this point, how much money he's won with them. See Bernie's shirt, 8-time DPBA champion. He's a 13-time Pop Witten champion. This would be his 22nd overall professional victory if he can defeat John here. For the double, yes!
Broke even from the casino.
John D'Antona staring down an opening double from Bernie Hipkins as he carries on a tight hit 10-pin last to fall, coming back out of the gutter. And Bernie, determined not to go 0-2 to John in the championship match, lays down the gauntlet right away. See how John responds. Solid 5. Well, they say, Dave, 9 spare doesn't beat triple.
No, it doesn't. You can try, but it never does.
Bernie out the chute with the double, and John looking at 2 9 spares. John shooting the 5, got to throw the same ball. And he touches it on the right side. We are all marked to start the match. And really, Dave, what else would you expect?
More people to show up because we're almost around 250.
All right, well, keep it going. Share it. Tell your friends. We got 8 frames left in this long weekend of live coverage.
Sponsored by Long Drink.
Sponsored by Long Drink. They've been great. They've been great to us.
You set it up. I hate it.
Yeah. Knocked that one out of the park, Dave. Third box. John D'Antona's taking a little extra time in that pre-shot routine. Bowling for $2,300 first place prize in this game. Spare fill for John. Bouncing away from the pocket. Needs that head pin to stand, and it will. 7 count for John D'Antonis. Leaves the 179. Awkward shot to make here. Probably going to play the left side of the head pin. Got to catch something off the wall. Goes for the right side. Almost made a liar out of me. Leaves the 9. And that, of course, if you shoot the right side, that is the tough pin there, is to get the 9 out.
Almost had the people's elbow come down on that 9 pin.
Yeah, that head pin elevated, hit the back mat above the pin cushion, or the pit cushion, and almost fell back down into the 9. Probably about 6 inches behind that 9 pin. John drops the pin, 45 through 3. Bernie comes up working on a double opposite an open frame. This is normally when Bernie Hipkins against anyone else would smell blood. John, obviously a formidable opponent. We'll see what Bernie can do here in the third. Triple strike. Bernie, I will jog your memory, folks, that the first time Duckpin Forever made any sort of appearance at Highland Bowl, Bernie Hipkins was the victor with an all-mark 197. He only had a double strike in that game. He has started this one with a triple strike. That championship match was against Jesse Deach.
All right, that's a lot of burn being felt by John now. How
Yes.
much more burn do you think he can feel?
Bernie has thrown 3 balls in this game and already has 60 pinfall with 2 counts. Can he make it 4? Possibly. I am tight. 4 pin. There it goes. Bernie Hipkins, 4-timer out the chute. That is a massive number to be staring down already for John D'Antonis, who has yet to strike in the game. Bernie Hipkins, perfect through 4. John trying to carry one on his own, and another 9 drop leaves the 6 pin.
Yeah, 9 drop is not going to beat 4
9
bagger.
spare doesn't beat 4 bagger. It never has, and it never will.
But
That
still
being
has to
said,
make it.
John has to make it. These are already a must. John at the 6-pin, and he's got it in the face. Well, a fun score line that we don't get to say through 4 very often. Bernie Hipkins on 90 and 2 counts, which you can't get any higher than that for those that might have been wondering. 90 and 2 counts to John D'Antonis' 55 and 1 count. So already 35 and a hit the lead for Bernie Hipkins, and John has thrown 3 spares and 4 frames, all singles. See if he can get his first strike on lane 13. Bouncer. Is that what it takes? Is that what it takes? Good to know, says John D'Antonis. Double dribble into the 3-6 pocket and twists right between that 1-2. Strike on spare 75 plus and a half, and he's still nowhere in this match. Bernie Hipkins has a chance to make Duckpins Forever history and throw the front 5 in a championship match. I can tell you that's never been done. High and tight.
Dude.
And there goes the perfect game and the world record at the same time. And the state record, because the state record's the world record. 87 in the 3rd frame for Bernie Hipkins. 2-4-6 standing. Oh. In Bernie Hipkins' 15 frames of championship match bowling on Duckpins Forever, that is his first open frame. His last appearance here, like I said, was an all-mark 197. He is already on pace to beat that. Oh, of course he makes the 10 to keep the all-wood game alive. A sensational 115 first half. He leads by 40, but he's down a hit. Our championship round coverage and coverage all weekend long on Duckpins Forever, brought to you by Long Drink, the canned cocktail company from Finland. If it's ready to drink, it's ready to enjoy. Take a break with the Long Drink. Second half of the match, Bernie Hipkins gets us started on lane 13. Very light. Are you kidding me? That heaping pile of trash. 7, 8, 10, tripped out of the back row. Bernie with that working ball, I guess.
Well,
the last 2 strikes on lane 13. Quite a bit of luck.
Well, John finally found a strike, and now he's going to need more of them.
Yep, and he's opposite a strike from Bernie. Can he catch a double?
Yeah.
Off the side. Get that 6-pin to go. Tough shot. 1, 2, 6, 8.
I feel a lot better shooting this without the 10.
You mean the right side 6-pin?
No, with the 6-pin there, I feel a lot better shooting.
Oh, versus the 10-pin, yes.
Than the 10-pin.
Yeah, understandable. He's got it. Oh, nice shot for the first time in a while. Actually, the first time since the first frame. Hits are even. Hits are even, and John D'Antonis trails by 30. I think he's actually
after a 4-bagger only being down 30 is
4-bagger out the chute, and your opponent has 5 strikes and 6 frames. Mind you, we are bowling duck pins, and he has 5 strikes and 6 frames. To only be down 30, that's a gift. 7th frame. Look out. Only 8 that time. John 103 through 6. Gets a break. Leaves the 1-3. John at the pocket for the spare, bounces it in there, and he hits it. Taking a look at which board he hit. Ball bounced right, kicked back left, and hit it solid. Yep. Nothing but net. Yeah, no kidding. Not a DeGraff or a Rosano. Bernie's doing just fine. See if he can throw another strike. 5 for 6. Trying to make it 6 for 7, but he leaves the bedpost. 7-10 split. I mean,
John will call back. Hold more pins here.
Hold all tickets. Almost to that point. John should be clawing back some pins here. Count will be similar in the 7th. I mean, that would have just been stupid if Bernie made that. But
I'd have left.
Yeah, we could have just packed up and gone home. Hand him the money. Long drink. Thanks. What do I even ask Bernie anymore? He sat here so many times. Bernie takes the 10 pin on the second ball, looking to keep that all wood game going. Bangs down the 7 pin. It's 144 to 113 plus. So John loses a pin and count there, but gains a hit. I think that's the first time this game John D'Antonis is up a hit.
I think the question to ask him will be, when will his wife stop letting him bowl in tournaments and taking all of our money?
Probably not anytime soon. Up 31, down a hit. This is the 8th frame. 3 frames to go for the Star Championship match. Bernie in the 1-2 pocket, and he strikes again. 6 out of 8 in the championship match for Bernie Hipkins. He is perfect on lane 13, 4 for 4.
And on 200 watch.
He's on 200 watch for sure. Has to fill frames out to get to 200. John D'Antonis, I still don't think he's dead yet. But the strike ball...
John only has 1 open.
The strike ball is going to be required. John, only 1 open. You're correct.
Oh, hello.
Oh, had to get that one to go. You feel like he had to get a strike up there in the 8th, the double in the 9th. Trails by 22. Even hits if he can spare the 7 pin here. I think any open at this point from John D'Antonis, and it's practically game over. 7 pin. Ooh. Safe at the plate. He wasn't too certain.
All right. 22 pin difference.
22 pins down with 2 to go. Hits are even. You would think, honestly, this is credit to John D'Antonis, because against anyone else, this wouldn't even be a game right now. But John has plugged away, to say the least. He is 4 for 4 on singles. Made a 2-pinner, made a 4-pinner. His only open in the 3rd. 9th frame. Got to paint the box. And that is less than ideal, even though he gets a little easier. That 6 count is not great. The most John can shoot now is 188, and there are plenty of avenues for Bernie Hipkins to step up 9th, 10th, and shut him out. 1, 2, 7, 10, maybe.
Ooh.
A little full on that head pin. John's 2nd open of the game. Bernie also has had 2 open frames, but Bernie with the 4-bagger and the advantage of stringing strikes together. 2 perfect frames to start the game, 30 and 60. John with 10 here, make it 9. And with 147 in the 9th frame, now a max of 177, there are more than enough ways for Bernie Hipkins to shut him out.
Bernie can go
Wood, and will shut out John D'Antonis for that 22nd professional victory. Bernie, another strike here. It's over.
I don't think that one
Tugs it way left. David say it.
Walkersville says hi.
Walkersville says hi. Leaves the right-hand side zigzag, the 5-6, 9-10 with the 7-pin over on the left. Bernie's got to kick something off a wall to make this. Bad count. Yeah. Not really.
No, not really.
The only way it's a hold all tickets is if he holds no wood here, which I find that hard to believe. Bernie, you know what? He's human. He does what we all do when we try to shoot that shot. He picks the 9.
All right.
Bernie picking the back pin. There's hope for all of us.
Bernie up 20, so a 10 box does not shut John
That's
out.
You know, no, he got. Oh, he did get 7 there. Yeah. No, this is not over. Bernie, any kind of mark will win it. 10 box does not shut him out. Guarantees him no less than a tie. For the win. Oh, another strike. Bernie Hipkins is going to take the win at Highland Bowl this weekend. I like his chances. Keep all of his appendages behind that painted line. Keep it on the lane. There's another strike. Oh, no. No, really? Oh, no. Come on. Dave Jones.
His only spare of the game.
Would it be his only spare of the game to shoot 187? 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. Come on, Bernie. Do it. Oh. Bernie Hipkins is going to take the win with sensation. 7 strike, 184. That is a fantastic championship match. They deliver the goods on that one.
There was a lot of balls being thrown at the head pin that crushed everything.
No, and some that weren't that crushed everything. But the fact that John was even able to stay competitive in that game for as long as he was, that's pretty impressive. Penalty. Oh, I wanted to spare there for the penalty shot, but we're not going to get it. After
one last Deadwood cycle.
After many, many, many hours of live coverage this weekend, this is the final ball of the tournament. It's in the hand of John D'Antonis. Shooting at the 8 pin, he is unsuccessful, and that is it. Your final score, Bernie Hipkins, 184. John D'Antonis, 156. And Bernie Hipkins wins his 9th DPBA star and 22nd overall. Hey, it's my birthday. Be nice. Don't shoot 500. Good action there in the championship match. Fitting of some of the scores and performances that we've seen today and seen all weekend. Gonna have the Dave, you doing presentation on the lanes? Out on the lanes? Yeah. All right. Just hold right with us. We're going to have the winners interview coming up just after this. Great, great viewership. Love to see it. Almost 300 people watching live, 300 screens. Congratulations coming in for Bernie. Us as well. Thank you very much. A lot of work goes into the weekend. Some long days for David and I, but we enjoy being able to do. We'll get to that. He's already he's like coming over early this time. Like what? You impatient like you've never done this before. We got procedures we got to go through first, you know.
Now everyone can see my face today.
Thank you for all the. This is Mike Kupis. When you all see him in the chat, that's the guy. Thank you for all your help this weekend, Mike.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Buggy. It's not the 710. It's the 2-pinner. You know. Dave. No, they're doing a presentation on lanes. Is that still rolling? Oh. Can you make it roll? Studio mode. Sorry, a little behind the scenes. I know we're live. David working on getting that camera set up.
Let's congratulate John D'Antonis. Finishing second, winning $11,050.
There it goes. We're live. Switch back. Main camera. Get rid of the scoreboard. Presentation happening on the lanes. Bernie Hipkins, your champion, and being presented with the championship-winning soft roll from soft roll in Canada. It's inscribed with the DPBA logo, Highland Bowl. Todd Turcott, the proprietor, doing the presentation, and in his left hand, the plaque. There we are. David zooming it out a little for us. Here's Todd.
Chris Rock getting a donation for the soft roll, long drink for doing what they did with Duckpins Forever. My staff, my son Ty, my daughter Audrey, Corey, my mother, Brian, David, everybody. I'm going to forget somebody along the way. Put in tons of time to make sure this thing goes well. All right, there's some other volunteers back there, but everybody did a great job. Makes it all come together. These aren't easy to do, and so I really appreciate everything. We had a couple hiccups this year, and everything works out in the long run. But at the end of the day, we want to give everybody a good time, and I'm glad everybody's here. My father normally would be here, but he's not. He's very, very ill, and I just, the one time, not gonna get to hug him too. But everybody else, thank you very much. Great job.
mic back on. Bernie actually came over to the table early, like he's just ready to go do this interview. Let's pitch this down.
Yeah, I'll see everyone in Hagerstown. No.
Great job, Dexter. Thank you, Jim. All the congratulations coming in for all sorts. Thank you all for watching. Great, fantastic viewership. Those of you that are still left, you're going to get to watch the winner's interview live. For those of you that have already left, it will be added to the championship match video. But a fantastic weekend. Want to once again, before I forget, thank the folks at Long Drink for their generous sponsorship this weekend. Appreciate having the sponsorships make the broadcasts look nice and polished, which we appreciate. And it's a good product. So proud to plug it. Proud to plug it. We got some merch that we're going to get to take home with us. All the 200 games this weekend at Highland Bowl were presented with Long Drink merchandise. As a congratulations for their efforts. Championship match, champions interview with Bernie Hipkins coming up in a moment. I do need Bernie now. Yes, let's go. Let's go. Get that microphone out and on. You know what to do with that.
Yes, yes.
Have a seat with me, sir.
All right, can you hear me?
I think we're good, Bern. So I jokingly said this in the past because you've won so many times, but I said I was going to ask you this question because I was going to run out of questions to ask you. So what did you have for breakfast this morning, Bernie?
Just up here with the great establishment known as Dunkin' Donuts. Up north, they're everywhere, and I stop by both Saturday and Sunday to get my fix.
There we go. All right. Well, now we know. Now we know what Bernie Hipkins eats for breakfast because we run out of things to ask you, but we'll go with today's action. You found yourself in a familiar spot in bracket play in the Pro Tour. You found yourself in overtime with the D'Antonis.
Yep.
Talk to me about that. What that felt like.
Well, I fought off the 3 middle rips there through the middle of that game, and it was looking bleak. Colby was giving me a chance toward the end there. Yeah, he had threw a great ball fed spare and just was unfortunate and picked that 2-pinner at the end. That 7-10 in overtime was off a better ball than what he threw as well. So it's a little bit of fortune that goes with it. Blessed to have that opportunity.
As we get into the championship match, I was just doing a little arithmetic here. You now have a championship match average on Duckpins Forever of 190, and your 10 box in the 5th frame of that championship match was your first open in a championship match at Highland Bowl. So you lead from the high qualifier position. You find yourself, would you shoot about 800 in match play today?
760.
So over 150 average in divisional play. You get yourself to the championship match. You throw a massive score in the championship match. What is it about Highland Bowl that allows you to score so well, perform so well, besides the fact that you're Bernie Hipkins?
I really like the wood lanes. There's no secret out there that my ball works on wood really well. So Highlands, it has that feel to it for me. I'm not familiar with it when I'm bowling back in Hagerstown, so I feel comfortable here. Definitely throw the type of ball that works well here, and I've been fortunate. A lot of those strikes, there's a degree of luck in this game, and a lot of the strikes I was fortunate to have the pin action to fall. So yeah, it's just a comfortable feel here for me.
There was no shortage of connections as you dropped 7 strikes in that championship match. But correct me if I'm wrong. This is now your 22nd time winning a star.
Yes.
13 and 9.
Yes.
So you find yourself in this position for the 22nd time in your career. I've asked you this before, but thoughts on the win and anyone you'd like to thank? Last question.
Well, got to thank my travel partner for the weekend, my wife Julie. She's back, hopefully listening to this of some sort. Family,
she's in the comments.
Home. She's there. Family at home watching. I appreciate being in touch with them and them supporting me through these travels. Todd, they do a heck of a job here in this family. Aubrey, Ty, we saw on the broadcast, I believe, in the final. So it's definitely a family feel here, and they do a great job keeping this place running great.
That's about it.
I know I'm probably forgetting people, but that's where my thoughts stop.
Okay, well,
Thank you guys.
yeah, we'll do the
Thank you and Dave for coming up
and those folks.
and doing and Long Drink. That's right, Long Drink for
Yeah.
the sponsorship. So it's this production here is
Well,
very good for the sport.
I know on this production desk and sometimes online we poke fun at the fact that Bernie wins again or Bernie's in the final again, but it is truly fun to see a run like this that you're putting on for the 22nd time. Bernie's a champion. We do the on-camera handshake again, and Bernie, we'll hope to see you in this seat again for number 23.
Thanks, Nick. Yep.
All
Sooner
right.
or later. Thank you.
That leaves it with you, Dave. Close this thing out and hit the road.
Thank you. Good job. All right.
We're not going away for long, are we?
Nah, we get to come back in a week. We'll be at Mount Airy for the SES Summer Smash.
Yes. Arguably the 100th tournament broadcast by Duckpins Forever. Argue asterisk. What if there's a star next to it?
Wrong. It'll be Southside, guys. That'll be the actual 100. He just won't be here, so he wants to claim it.
I wanted to. Well, I want Mount Airy to have the first and the 100th, but obviously I'm biased. We know that. But another fantastic weekend up here in Cheshire. Fantastic host. They were very accommodating of the Duckpins Forever crew. Some good scores, some good action. Got us a sponsorship. It's very nice coming up here whenever we're able to do it.
Yep.
But you won't see it. You won't be missing us for long. We're going to be back in action next weekend. You also have the I'll plug the NDBC National Tournament at AMF Southwest kicks off next weekend. The opening ceremonies.
It's what, 3 weeks long?
Yep, 3 weekends long at AMF Southwest. You have multiple divisions you can enter. You can check out the National Duckpin Bowling Congress Facebook page for more information, or ask your local bowling center. They should have some information as well.
Yep, that'll be all, guys. Like I said, be back next week for the SES Summer Smash, and then our next event will be. It could be Green Mountain. If I make the cut at Green Mountain, I'll stream Green Mountain. But if I don't make the cut, I'm not gonna stream it. And then after that, probably Southside.
Probably Southside.
Probably
I will not be in
Southside.
attendance, but
oh, you know what? It might be the what's the other? The Scratch Battle.
June Scratch Battle at Southwest. Yep.
Yeah. So there's a bunch of tournaments coming up. I'll have the schedule out probably in a week. So yeah, Southside's. I believe Southside will be the next stop after the SES Summer Smash. So
signing off
from
32 games of coverage at Highland
31.
Bowl.
You skipped one. You jerk.
A long weekend at Highland Bowl. Signing off for the last time. Thanks for watching. Thank you for letting it spin. We'll see you next weekend.